Alright, hello you wonderful people out there, and welcome back to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Hardspace Shipbreaker. Let's go ahead and get the game up here. What is that command supposed to do, Tsunami-san? I don't know.
That's not a command. That's a salute and a hand wave.
Oh. Derp. Thank you for the head pats. Achi. Am I still saying that right? I have no idea. Achi.
And time to make Lynx more money.
Yep. And myself more debt. Woo! Alright, career. Lynx salvage.
Hello Shipbreaker 9346-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. Some people dream of great salvage, while other people get up every morning and make it happen.
Alright, and as is normal, the first thing I see when I wake up is my debt.
Of course, it has to be looming over your head when you wake up.
Yeah. Hey again, Rook. Just wanted to say I'm impressed how quick you're picking things up. Not sure what kind of work you've done before, but you're a natural cutter. You probably noticed Lynx doesn't exactly take great care of us. I don't blame them. They don't really have a reason to. Up until about 100 years ago, workers like us would make groups called unions and fight for better wages, safer work, decent hours, that kind of thing. Basically balance things so people don't just get exploited to hell. Lynx was actually key in getting rid of all that. But there's a group of shipbreakers now trying to bring back the idea of a union. Change things for the better. Did you know Lynx keeps your DNA even if you leave the job? Or that those hull panels you get 10 credits for are resold for 1,000 apiece? That's the kind of thing these folks want to change. Anyway, it's all hush-hush. Lynx stomps it out right quick. But I see that you're a good person and a hard worker. I'll tell you now, they're gonna use you up and you'll get nothing for it. I put you on a list for news from the group. Comes every couple of days. Read them, don't read them, trash them, whatever. Just please don't report me. I just want you to have the info. I was glad someone gave it to me when I was new. Yeah, just like real life.
The union.
Ooh, Hitmontop. Pokecatch.
Congrats, Zim. You're conscripted into the union.
Yay! I broke my contract! Woo! To Group Undisclosed. From Sender Undisclosed. Subject Unverified. Welcome! For authorized members only. Thank you for signing up for the Salvage Workers Unite newsletter. We are happy you're here. As our group grows, so does ability to affect positive change for all shipbreakers. As a reminder, the activities of this group are only for authorized members. Please respect the mission and the privacy of your fellow members and do not share outside the group. We wish to improve work conditions and ensure that the voices of shipbreakers are heard and respected. We intend to coordinate with the Stellar Commission to start negotiations with the company around policy changes. Here are the key demands we intend to bring forward. 1. Cancel the debt. The dangerous work of a shipbreaker should not come with crippling debt owed to the company that profits off that work. We demand the debt be canceled immediately. 2. Workplace safety. While shipbreaking is a dangerous task, there are unnecessary risks involved due to company policies or quotas. We demand improvements that would greatly decrease the risk of injury or death. 3. Investigate contract clauses. We demand the shipbreaker contract be audited by the Stellar Commission to ensure human rights are honored. In particular, the clauses around ownership of the genetic sequences of shipbreakers. Thank you again for joining us. Solidarity is strength, and we are on the path to improve all of our lives. Salvage workers unite. All right. Totally going to get terminated for this. In a very real and permanent way. Ooh, I guess I got new stickers. Collect 2 Furnace God Worshipper stickers. Die 5 times through Furnace Incineration. Oh boy.
Feed the dragon.
Feed the dragon. Yes, the dragon must be fed, must be nourished. Confirm! I have a holographic sticker. Yay! Put one of those there. And we've already placed this one. Then we got our holographic sticker. Put it there. Totally won't be distracting at all. Oh, right. I was going to check my equipment and what new upgrades I have available. Oops. No, Jaffer! Bad! Very bad, Jaffer.
Well, anyway, I think I'm gonna head off for now.
Alright.
I'll catch you guys
See you later.
Have fun.
Thank you, you too.
Yeah, but they only find out if you report me, Jaffer. We're gonna grab this. And less durability drain. That feels like a good thing to grab.
You don't have to use so many repair things on it.
Exactly.
That's even if you use repair things.
Yeah, so far none of... Huh?
You can let degradation go down to 0, but it may break in your hand.
Yeah.
Laser gets a little bit snippy if it gets low durability.
Who gets snippy?
The laser.
Ah. Alright, upgraded the laser cutter. Now let's start our shift. Okay, we already grabbed everything we could from this ship, so on to training. Whee!
Hi. Our friend Lou thinks she's the expert on pressurized ships. So, I'm gonna let her take the lead on this one.
You give me a hard time, but you know I'm good. Okay, Rook, time for the fun stuff. And by fun, I mean incredibly dangerous.
You're in good hands. Take it away, Lou.
Okay, first rule. Always scan ahead. Ships can have pockets of pressure anywhere inside them. Let's have a look. Activate your scanner now. Your scanner shows the pressure state of every compartment. Red labels are unpressurized. Green are pressurized. Cut between a red room and a green room, and boom, violent decompression.
The correct term is explosive decompression.
Explosive, same deal. If we cut this ship now, it pops. Only safe way in is through an airlock. If you can't find one, they show up on your scanner too.
Alright. Also, I have an idea of how I might start decompressing this in a more safe manner. Because I've always struggled with... Ow! Wait! Spaz, give me back my clothes! God damn it. Start the battle.
What, you mean you just don't pop the top to let all the air out?
As they said, explosive decompression. We do not want explosive decompression, especially if the ship has a reactor on it. I don't know if this one does, but either way, we do not want explosive decompression. I have seen a lot of those, and they are not fun.
It's fun to watch the top pop off like a bottle cap.
Maybe for all of you.
As long as I don't have my character standing in the way of the bottle cap.
Bottle cap and literally everything else inside the ship.
Makes it so that you don't have to navigate around in the ship to get stuff out. If it just all goes out the top.
And it also risks causing the reactor to explode, as well as many other high-value items inside are at risk of exploding, which of course causes more of the ship to explode. No! Just bad.
You got me a Spino Jr., which means I can evolve. The bitch doesn't care. Oh, you also got me a Raptor Jr. Get the movie. You got me 2 Raptors. 3 Raptors. 2 light ones and a one. Raptors are good. They're cute.
Alright, we have Spirit with most assists.
He doesn't realize I can't take damage this one.
Bloop. And that is it to give out for crowns. The gold goes to Akchi, the Musketeer Scroll to Tiger, and the Flying Rogue Scroll to Spaz. On to the next battle. Oh yeah, I got my assist from buffing. By the way, Tiger, if you happen to still be out there, good luck when you get assist missions, because they are incredibly difficult for captains to complete. Like, unnecessarily
Equipment
difficult.
durability is dropping. Keep an eye on it. You don't want to be dangling in the wind with busted tools.
Oh, my
See it
scanner.
happening, head on back to the hab. Use a repair kit to fix them up.
Apparently my scanner being active was draining its durability. Oops. But this is another one of those missions where I have no... This is one of those missions where I have no timer, no oxygen, etc. So I'm gonna take my time and tear this thing apart piece by piece.
Well, technically, you still have
Good.
oxygen.
Now cycle the airlock. Should be a switch in there.
You know what I mean, Toshime.
From inside, you can safely depressurize with an atmosphere regulator. Should be one nearby. Give it a go.
First things first, I'm going to start here.
Hey!
You're still compressed.
Either you're a fast learner or I'm an amazing teacher. Now, sometimes you're gonna have to depressurize a ship violently.
Explosively?
Explosively. Soon as you hear that warning, grab onto something. Seriously, you don't want to get sucked through a 1-inch hull fracture. Believe me, it's unpleasant. Sometimes different areas of the ship have their own pressurization systems. So remember, always scan ahead. Now, hey Weaver, why don't you take the rest of the day off and out-demo my patented reactor rodeo technique?
Nah, that's all right there, Lou. Thank you very much.
Oh, hot tip. You know all the supplies you can buy at the kiosk? You can actually scrounge a lot of that stuff for free from the ship.
Come on now, Lou. You know that's against the regs.
That's just because they want us to spend every penny at the company store.
It's also not safe. Nor sanitary.
Come on, what?
You know how long that stuff's been floating around and all that grime and dust?
They're vacuum sealed, Weaver.
Oh, probably well past their expiry date.
Okay, well, it's not like I'm saying to steal power cells and flip them on the black market.
Look, Lou, I need you to try and follow the rules now, you hear?
Yeah, whatever, boss. Catch you later, Rook. Flew out.
Cutter, I encourage you not to huff any old can of oxygen you find, but if you do, please just monitor your vitals after. Oh, and for God's sake, don't eat anything you find. Anyway, have a good shift. Holler if you need me. Weaver out.
Okay. So, it occurred to me, like, literally right as I was starting this up, that this is a great way to potentially save the glass and turn it in, while also giving me a way to depressurize the cockpit.
Mm-hmm.
You just cut out, you go into the cockpit first, depressurize it, cut out the glass so you can get out.
You explosively cut out the glass.
No.
Let everything come out the cockpit.
No! You carefully, surgically...
I've done that one before.
I have too. Alright. So now we have glass to go feed to the furnace dragon. We'll take it over this way.
Raw material deposited.
Yay! I finally managed to salvage some glass! So now we come over here, go back in there.
Airlock depressurizing.
Hope that everything goes according to plan, which with my experience, I am so going to die.
Airlock pressurizing.
It's all going to plan.
There are literally 3 fuel tanks in here. Explosive decompression is the last thing I want. Can I open this door safely?
Yeah, you just need to pull it open.
Okay. Leave that there. Oh god, there is a reactor in here.
See? Safely. Now pop the floor off that reactor room.
No! Toshime, I swear to all that is holy and sacred.
Didn't you already take all the air out of this room?
No, not this one.
Ah.
We have multiple compartments. Like, we've got the area inside the walls that are also compressed, or pressurized. And we need to find a way to safely get into... And I'm not
Hey,
sure
you can
there
pick
is a
up the
way to
poster.
do so. I'll go ahead and collect this, collect that. I'm not
Take
sure.
the ancient repair kits.
I know that I can depressurize. I don't know if this is all handled by that one single thing. But I suppose only one way to find out.
Boom!
Air pressure level decreasing.
Okay. Those areas are still depressurized, or they are still pressurized. That's depressurized. This is depressurized. This whole length of the ship is depressurized. What is the best way for getting in there, though? Because we definitely do not want explosive decompression. Let's reactivate this.
Air pressure level increasing.
Most of the time, there's a door back here somewhere. Hey there, Rocco! Go ahead and activate that thing. Please don't rupture. Okay, it did not rupture. I don't know, Rocco, but... Hi.
Your main goal is going to be taking out those floor panels right there.
Those floor panels don't open into a pressurized area. We need that outer wall depressurized. And the only way that I've ever been able to get in there, aside from having a door that opens into that area, is cutting off the front end of the ship and then pushing the front end of the ship away.
Is the front pressurized?
The cockpit itself is not pressurized right now. It cannot be pressurized again.
So, go through the hatch right there.
What hatch?
The airlock.
Okay.
And depressurize this area by doing the airlock.
I don't understand what you mean.
The little machine above the airlock.
Okay, so right now, this cabin is pressurized.
Yes, and you see that right there that you're looking at? The atmosphere regulator?
Yeah.
Turn it off so that there's no atmosphere in here.
But the problem is...
Air pressure level decreasing.
As you can see now, the cabin here is depressurized, as you can tell by that red mark. But the compartments between the inside and outside walls are still pressurized. You can tell by the green box.
Yes. And this is one of the missions where you have to, if you pop the floor, then you'll be able to get... The easiest way I've done this is disconnecting the front cabin from the main.
Cutter, there's 5 minutes remaining in this shift.
Wait, what do
Get
you
in
mean
while
there's...
getting's good. Weaver out.
Oh, when the hell did they give us a timer? Okay, well... Time for some explosive depressurization. Or decompression.
Before you cut the last one, hold on to the ship.
Yeah, I was just about to do that. Okay, that wasn't too bad. That actually kind of helped out.
And now you can actually get into the interior. And since you only have 5 minutes left, you may just do the disconnect points and then save the next one for the next day.
The rest of it?
Yep.
Oh, that's, This is when they started moving the, disconnect points inside the ship instead of outside.
Mhm. Pretty soon the fun ships.
Right, that's what they call them. Fun.
The gas tanks are hard if you only have the little amount of equipment you do. The gas haulers, I mean.
Oh yeah, I remember trying one of those. It did not go well.
Warning. Oxygen supplies are critical.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Oh god. Okay, back into the hab. I think we... Okay, we definitely did not manage to get enough money saved. Or make enough money. But there is
Yes,
still
but on-
definitely plenty of salvage on this ship to make up for the loss for today.
Hello, Shipbreaker. Please enjoy this inspirational message. The last 10% of a job takes as much energy as the first 90%, which is why it's so important to always give 110%.
Yeah, but that requires you to go to a place that requires significance. So.
And how is Orem doing?
I think
Hear him in
Orem's
the
okay.
background.
No, you're hearing Chim.
Ah,
Orem is quiet. Oh wait, we did manage to barely make enough to go past our fees for the day. Woohoo, no loss. There's still like $9 million to salvage off this ship. I have not been done with this ship yet. Okay, would you just grab onto that antenna, please? Thank you.
Salvage deposit secured.
I was like, I'm gonna do this quick. And then it just didn't want to work with me.
Hey,
Wild
sir,
Cacturn. Hello there, whoa.
take a look at that railgate.
What railgate? Oh, that thing? Oh!
fire.
What the hell was that?
Whew, what a beauty. You know, no matter how many times I see that old railgate fire, it never ceases to amaze me. Could be you on there one day.
Nah, as soon as I pay off my debt, they're gonna find a way to charge me something new. I know how they work. There is no such thing as being free of debt in this game.
The railgate is the easy way to get to Jupiter.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Alright, Tether, take that away. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's just random piece, okay. Alright, we got a whole bunch of stuff to pull out of this cockpit.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
How old begins the return trip? What?
there's another rail gate over at Jupiter.
Yeah, I know about that.
Applying credit.
I think that's what he's saying. How old do you be if you have to come all the way back?
Oh. Oh, wait, no. Al begins the return trip.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Well, I think that method of depressurizing the cabin actually worked. I was going to look up what people on YouTube recommended for depressurizing it, but I forgot. And I'm like, maybe I could just tear out the window. And yeah, it worked. There's not usually much in the way of like debris and whatnot in between the walls, so while I was unnecessarily concerned about that, I didn't need to be.
Credits transferred.
Well, there was
thing
one
is if they
point
have-
where I didn't bother with these lights.
If there's batteries stored in the wall, that's where it's going to be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, but they only really get damaged if there's something that they crash or that crashes into them.
If the pressure pulls them out of the socket.
Oh yeah, I guess there's that possibility.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Oh god. What's that?
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
I agree, scavenging mechanic. Also, it's great to see you. I don't usually have you pop by my streams. But I agree, this game would be so much fun with multiplayer. Give us a big battleship or a space station. Let us go to town tearing that thing apart.
Valuable object accepted for
And
processing.
definitely trolling each other along the way.
So with multiplayer, how would it work when one person enters the hab?
Probably just that only that person's shift ends. And they wait until everybody else is done.
And then whoever's in the hab would get penalized for
For
any
what?
mistakes the other person would make when they're not there.
I mean, there is a lot that we need to that would need to be figured out with that, but it would still be so much fun. Oh, it would be like Viscera cleanup detail. The shift would end for everyone. Ah, that's fair. Oh, the host is king and everyone else are just helpers? Oh, yes, I've done Viscera cleanup detail in multiplayer. My roommate probably has PTSD from that. Mostly because of Jaffer there in the chat. And mostly from the Santa's Workshop map.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
Weren't you the one that kept blowing up the dynamite, Jaffer?
Salvage accepted.
I could have sworn you were. Oh god! Ow!
Helmet damage detected. Be sure to always budget for helmet repair costs.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Hey, you get new music now.
Yeah, new music.
Applying credit.
You're rewarded for conking yourself in the head.
Reserves are low.
I'm sorry, Jaffer, but as you pointed out before, you guys don't have that in Australia, so you're not able to plead that. And free O2 canister.
Also, I love how these are supposed to be obstacles, but because of my weapon, I'm just like...
Deposit accepted.
Pop off this power cell, throw it down.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Are these lights even worth grabbing?
No.
No? Okay. Then I'm just gonna throw them in wherever the thing they're attached to goes. So I suppose follow-up question, how bad am I gonna be penalized for destroying them?
$10.
10 bucks?
Around there.
Oh shit! So apparently the airlock was still pressurized.
Get out of the wall.
Why are you turning me back down? Yeah, one person acts as foreman and the others follow orders. Totally no way that would go bad.
Also where you give one person a crown, which is stealable.
And the crown winds up in the furnace.
Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded.
Five minutes left, Cutter. How you use them, entirely up to you. We were out.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Boosh! And get this over here. Ah! Sorry about that, Wostein.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Okay, it was about 3,000 credits that it cost me for the, for not, blah, 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 blah.
A few lights.
That was one light.
Well, then it must have not have been a very pretty light.
That's supposed to.
What do you mean?
Valuable object
Being
processed.
charged that much for one?
Salvage secured.
Oh.
Applying credit.
You mean only that much? Oh, this is one of the ones where I gotta flush the fuel valve. Good thing I decided to go in there and check.
If it's just pieces, they can all go in the furnace.
What do you mean, just pieces?
If you mess up with a gas line.
Oh. Yeah, but I don't really want to, you know, lose out on that money.
Warning. Oxygen reserves are dropping.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Alright, send that over there. Might as well pull off that light.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Alright, back to the hab. Woo! Alright, we have Stream Raiders to go run. Let's get that done. Start the battle! Would help if I weren't talking to a muted microphone. Victory is ours. Tiger with max troops. And that is it to give out. We got Spirit with the Flying Rogue Scrolls. Saint Scrolls going to Spaz and the Healer Scrolls to Akchi. By the way, you guys should be trying to catch Pokemon and stuff. I want to see where this Pokemon community game thing goes.
We should be trying to catch Pokemon? Okay.
I am not a Pokemon. Thank you very much. At least not right now.
So use that in your Growlithe form. Got it.
Also, there is there is an extension down below that you can use to
Space in the air, just don't.
see what Pokemon you have and whatnot.
I can never jump. I can never jump.
They do not have Premier Balls. Just Pokeball, Great Ball, and Ultra Ball.
He's gone.
No master?
Huh?
No master?
Nope. No Master Balls.
Stop. What's that mean?
But you can sell your Pokemon.
I can do it too.
I think you get some money from catching each Pokemon, but then you can sell it to get more money to buy more Pokeballs. It looks interesting. There's some kind of battle mechanic that I want to explore, but I just haven't gotten to that point yet. Okay, so lights are about $3,000 each. I will agree that in general they're not really worth grabbing, but still probably better to try and grab them. I wish you could choose your starter.
I just have spin to
The Martin is trying to get the Bepsis.
Cutter 9346-52. Your designated sleep period is now over. Have a great day.
Alright. Pure profit this day. And let's start our shift. Pepis Cola. Alright. Let's get to work cutting this thing apart. Ooh, another oxygen tank. Pull out all of these floor panels. Doesn't look like there's anything attached to them, so we'll send them off to the processor. Oh yeah, there's that bar there. Boosh!
And then Martin enjoying the drink.
Enjoying the cream.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
I don't know if that's actually going to wind up in there, but we'll find out. Looks like it did manage to make its way in.
Valuable object processed. Credits
Neat. If it's not too much effort, I will pop off the lights.
Credits awarded.
But in general, I'm not gonna bother. nice, relaxing game. At least until you pop off the,
Salvage secured.
Ooh, another O2
Applying
canister.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
And get that out of there. I said get that out of there. Choo! We got a food pack here for the furnace.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Of my processed clone? That's all you think I'm worth, Spirit? Ouch.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Come back this way. I mean, technically in this game, I'm not even the original me. I haven't died in... Oh god.
Valuable object.
What the hell?
Salvage deposit registered.
You scared the shit out of me, Toshime.
You wanted to play Pokemon.
I wanted to explore what the Pokemon minigame on Twitch is. Not get scared to frickin'... Quack!
Material deposited.
I should really check how much this fabric is even... Actually, this whole piece is just gonna go in the furnace. I'm not gonna bother ripping off all this fabric.
That's if you have enough time to throw it in the furnace.
Salvage registered.
Probably not on this shift, but I will be... I will get it all done before I move on to the next shift. Provided they don't give me... Huh?
A little tip on these early ships, you can just do a lateral slice on all these little cut points.
Oh, you mean this thing. Yeah.
Yeah, on the ship.
I've just had some slight problems with it. Like when it randomly decides, oh, you clearly wanted me to cut through the fuel tank right there, right? No, I very much did not want you to cut through the fuel tank.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Your oxygen reserves.
But this
are
is
low.
Hardspace
Note that excess
fireworks
service
show, isn't it?
No,
Applied.
I have not played the Final Fantasy VII Remaster yet, no. I haven't had the funds to pick it up.
Applying credit to account.
Come on. Get over there.
Technically, you can.
Can what?
Look at chat.
Empty distance away. I came here.
One sec. Yes, you can cut the fuel tank. You do not want to cut the fuel tank, though. And yes, you can just push the whole ship in the furnace, but you will, miss out on a whole lot of, money. But yes, technically that is possible.
Deposit accepted for processing.
And can you push the whole ship in the furnace?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You can technically push the whole ship into the furnace. But not everything gets processed in the furnace, so you lose out on a lot of money that way.
And Spirit found out in media sharing how much your body's worth if you put it in the furnace.
Wait, there's really you really get money if you put your body into the furnace?
Reason for replacement. You have been processed. The total value is $8.14.
Ah, lovely.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Good to know I'm worth so little.
And then your fine for a new clone is much higher than that.
Oh yeah, of course.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Okay, those all go into the processor. We'll get to them
Now,
in a
Spirit.
bit.
I'm sorry to have to tell you this,
Transferring credit.
but even if you're hit by a part of the engine, you weren't dragged. You were sacrificed to the
Account
engine.
credited.
I mean, sacrificed to the processor.
Yeah. Toshime is correct. That's how it
You got about
works.
5 minutes to fill your boots. 5 minutes left. Weaver out.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Considering the things I'm right around right here, I'm gonna go ahead and just, Ooh, thruster fuel. Cut everything. Then we'll worry about the getting it all put into where it goes next shift. Well, actually, I suppose we can throw the thruster cap in there. Better than wasting time, you know, doing nothing.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
We've got 2 more oxygen tanks and a thruster fuel tank. gonna spend the rest of this shift pulling off lights, cause they're not worth much, but they're still worth money.
Warning. Low oxygen
Rocco,
reserve.
thank you for getting me all moist. I really want to throw those little random things that just float around somewhere. Okay. I guess I destroyed some aluminum structure? Somehow? I'm not sure how. But there's still another $2.4 million left on this salvage, so sweet. All the Martin points.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. Today's weather report, clear and sunny, with a high of minus 270 degrees.
Joke.
You know, I really can't tell if my debt is actually going down or not. I'm not sure it is.
Well, there's an easy way to tell.
Alright, right now we are 1.226 billion.
Go look at your stickers.
My stickers? Why?
Yeah, there's one for completing your debt.
Well,
It'll
I mean,
show you how much.
oh. Well, somebody remember 1.226 billion for me. We'll try and remember if that debt goes down. Big Bertha. Well, I didn't need the whole number, but thank you, Jaffer. Alright.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Now we'll come down here. Send this off to salvage, to the processor. I am really glad we at least have a, you know, thing that says where these things go once we're holding them. A highlight. Get down there! Ha ha!
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
And that is the reactor down there. Now we pull the thruster out carefully. Send it down there. Now this whole piece goes into the processor.
Credits awarded.
This also goes into the processor.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Sam, and the Martin licking the thing in the jar. What is that in the jar?
I believe that it is actually a candle, but I'm not certain. It might be honey.
Okay.
Like, it looks too runny to be a
Valuable object
candle, but it also looks too runny to be, you know, it's too runny to be a candle, but it's also too runny to be a, to be honey.
Someone in Hourly Martin was just commenting. Is that a candle?
I don't really think it's a candle. Because it looks like it's a... It might be a candle? Either way, I know that his owner, the Martin's owners would not be... They would not be letting the Martin get into something that would be harmful to it. Managed to pop off a couple of lights as it was going in. Yes, eat, oh great furnace dragon. Eat and be happy with us, please. No!
Material accepted. Credits transferred.
I actually wanted that one. Fine, we'll throw that down there. Hi, Lightning Dragon. How you doing? Alright, we have fully processed this ship. Okay, the fabric is actually somewhat valuable. Not worth it to pull it off one by one like I was doing, but...
The only reason to pull it off is if there's a piece of furniture underneath it.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's attached. It goes in the furnace, and it's attached to stuff that goes to the furnace, so... let's see. We destroyed a door. We almost always destroy that door, though. I have tried to get that door off and it just would not work.
Upgraded.
Yay! Rank 7!
The Kentucky Colonel.
The Martin wants the chicken. Give the Martin the chicken. Chicken!
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Lynx mandates a maximum of 8 hours of sleep. Any extra sleep time will be docked from the next pay cycle.
Oh, great.
And you wanted me to remove
All right,
1.2 billion?
Got a priority message coming in from corporate.
1 sec.
Everyone put down what you're doing and have a listen.
Maybe they're gonna give us some holiday time. That'd be awesome.
That would be a first. Probably just another Pilsen kid getting a cushy exec job.
Hush up now, y'all.
This is an important message to all Lynx Salvage Division employees. It's come to our attention, thanks to a very loyal member of our family, that there has been talk about forming a Shipbreakers union. A union is a dangerous thing, where extensive fees are extracted for so-called representation of your workers' rights. At Lynx, our top priority is already your well-being. This is why union activity is strictly prohibited by your contract, for your own protection. To safeguard you and your work, we are immediately dispatching an administrator to every salvage sector. This administrator will oversee operations and ensure proper employee conduct. They are authorized to correct worker behavior by any means, and they'll remain in place until we can guarantee company-wide integrity. Until then, remember, the company is your family. The union is your enemy. Thank you.
No holiday. Told ya.
A union? I haven't heard anything about that. Have you?
Of course not.
Probably happening around the Martian districts. They always been quarrelsome.
You heard anything like that, Lou?
No. Hey, Weaver, do you know when our administrator's showing up?
Week, maybe? Coming all the way from HQ with Jupiter Gate. When they get here, we'll need to be on our best behavior.
Oh, great.
Nothing to fret about, all right? But they are going to be checking everything. Salvage logs, transmission records, operational efficiency.
Oh, great.
You'll be fine, Kai. It's not a performance review.
Lou's right. Now, let's just try and keep our heads down and weather this storm together. See y'all in the yard. Weaver out.
Hey! Don't worry, this is a closed channel. There won't be a log. Well, looks like things might get a bit difficult around here. They're gonna try to make our lives hell. Don't worry. Just having access to the Union News Group doesn't make you a full-fledged member. Besides, no one from corporate has access. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little nervous. If anything happens, I'll make sure nothing comes down on you. Lou out.
So, I'm already through Act 1, apparently.
That's on joining the union.
I didn't join the union! Caught with union newsletter fee. Everything. Alright. Start the battle! yeah, Argy. Or RG. There is an actual story to the game. I don't know what it all entails, and I'm really curious how it works in with the, at least the present gameplay loop, but yeah, there is an actual story.
3 chapters.
Alrighty, we have Lightning Dragon with with most kills. We have Tiger with max troops. And that is it to give out. The gold goes to Lightning Dragon and Spaz, and the Bonk Scrolls to Spirit. Congratulations, everyone. On to the boss fight. Go place your troops. Oh, right. I need to go collect this. Hold up. 210 assists from tanking? But the bar says only 10. Oh, for the love of all that is holy and sacred. That better actually only be 10. Otherwise, I am definitely not completing this.
Well, you can complete it. You have the meat.
I mean, I can place the tank replenishes every battle for me. But yeah, exactly, Ronnie. I'm hoping that it's just a mistype. And thank you for the head pat, Spirit. Javelin, new ship access. Javelin Tanker Small. The Javelin from Helix Heavy Industries is a highly modular, multi-purpose ship type, primarily used for industrial purposes. The tanker model is a mobile fuel platform. Beware of extensive fire hazards on board. An entry-level version of our tanker was easy to create by simply stripping out expensive creature comforts, cup holders, padded seats, safety features, and so on. Oberon Osodi, CEO, Helix Heavy Industries. Yep, there are going to be kabooms on this, RG.
That's if you get a javelin. And you wanted to remember 1.2 billion.
It was 1.226, I believe.
Yes.
And my debt, I did notice, has gone down. So I am actually working towards it. What new sticker do I have now? Oh, I can upgrade these again. Alright, what upgrades can I get now? Thank you, Jaffer. Yeah, it is actually reducing my debt. Slowly, but surely.
Now look at grade 20. What you can get at that.
On which item?
Or if you're looking at your helmet, look at 19.
Oh, you can... Oh. Get rid of rental costs. Cool.
Most of your equipment, you can get rid of rental costs. You just need to get high enough rank.
Earn enough Lynx tokens and you too can own your equipment. Okay, I do not get demo charges until rank 11. Got it. Alright, we are done with this ship. What do we want to go for next?
Which one are you thinking about? Are you looking more at the mass or the value?
None of the above. I'm just kind of going through, looking at them all. I don't really know what I'm looking for, but we'll go with this one. I haven't torn down one of these before. They didn't have them before. No, whoa, it's, Duke. You got it wrong there. It's not Hoot, it's Duke.
Alright, Cutter. Thrusters on these Atlas ships are worth a mint, but can be a touch. There's only one way to salvage the thruster engine and the injectors intact. You gotta pop off the thruster nozzle and work your way inside from there. The trick of it is,
Try switching to another frequency and then back again.
once you start working on them, fire starts spreading. Can you hear me now? Fast. When it reaches the fuel tank, it's gonna blow.
Hey, okay.
Gotta get in quick.
I have a question.
And switch off the fuel supply.
Administrator.
There's a shut-off switch at the
They're being
very back.
captured. Waste our time with productivity reports.
Otherwise,
They've come here before?
well,
Sure.
in for a
Loads
big
of times.
old mess.
Profits drop,
Okay.
they send someone.
Let's get that nozzle
Accidents
removed.
go up, they send someone. Sometimes they just send someone to find out if they need to send someone.
They ain't a big deal, Kai.
You heard right, Paulson. I guess they're just snooping around for union stuff. Right? Yeah. Gonna be here a week, tops. These types have the attention span of a gopher. They'll move on pretty quick.
What's a gopher?
What? Boy, you better come visit sometime on Mars when you're done here.
One day, we'll all go see them gophers and whatnot. Keep that front of mind, and don't fret none. Carry on now. Weaver out.
Okay, so, yeah, they kind of talked over... It seems that the story talked over top of the tutorial stuff. So I have no idea how to do this.
It was just saying that there's a big thing sticking out of the bottom of the ship. Be sure to disconnect that first.
Out of the bottom. Are you sure?
The big antenna thing.
Oh.
At the front of it.
Get down there. It also said something about needing to work through from the back. Yeah, I don't see any doors.
There is a door. Don't forget the antenna and the other little thing on the top of the ship.
Oh, those can be popped off. Okay.
And the door should be just left of the antenna. The little one.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Oh yeah, my fuel is low. Gonna need to go top that off. You know, it's a good thing there aren't cables connecting all these. Oh, there's the door.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
You want
Airlock
cables connecting those?
depressurizing.
Yeah, you know, cables connecting all these devices to the ship.
Airlock pressurizing.
Don't worry, you can have that later. In bigger ships.
Oh boy, just what I wanted.
You asked for it.
I didn't really ask for it. Oh, crap.
And careful with the atmosphere.
The hell is this thing? Oh, it's one of the bunny dolls.
You found one.
That I did. So is this place still pressurized? I can't even tell.
These rooms are not. The airlock is.
Okay. I see there are quite a few places that are pressurized on this ship, though.
You could technically repressurize this area so that you can open those doors.
True.
Or just open the doors and get everything flung.
Well, on the plus side, nothing's pressurized anymore. Oh, except for the airlock.
There still is.
Airlock depressurizing.
Cool. Now there's no more pressurization anywhere.
Well, bit more pressure now that it's only 8 minutes left.
Oh, right.
Wrong type of pressure, though. But at least you can grab the repair kits in this room.
Yeah, I got those available. Oh, come on. You're clearly not attached to anything anymore. There we go.
Warning. Oxygen reserves are low.
Yes, I know. Oxygen and fuel are low. We'll get to them.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Alright, you go in there. I'm gonna go ahead and come over here.
Warning. Critical
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Consult the Link's employee handbook on how to maximize your blood oxygen saturation.
Oxygen, thruster fuel.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
There we go.
And I see you've been working in the dark somewhat on here. You can hit S for your light, your helmet light.
You mean 5?
Credit applied.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. S moves you backwards.
Okay.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Yeah, I know about being able to do that. I just haven't gotten around. I haven't felt a need for it yet. I'm sure there'll be a ship that'll come by at some point where I'll want it, but I just haven't found a need for it yet.
You probably won't need it, especially if you get an AI ship.
Oh, one of those. The ghost ships. Here you are, my lord. Feast. Feast upon your meal.
Sir, if you're fixing to dot the I's and cross the T's, you got about 5 minutes to do it. Leave her out.
Boosh. I hope they continue to give us updates to the game, you know, new ship types and whatnot. I don't know if they're planning to or not, but I'm hoping they will.
I hope they don't.
What?
I hope they don't, because that would mean another big reset.
You know, you make a good point, actually.
Account accredited.
So instead, give us Hardspace 2.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Save more ships for Hardspace 2.
The game did well enough that they're planning on doing more games,
Cool.
but it's going to be more of the universe instead of just the birth.
Instead of just the Shipbreaker part. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that as well. I would absolutely love to dive into the lore of this world. They have built an interesting world to me, and
Salvage deposit confirmed.
yeah, I would love to see more. I'm sorry you're still not feeling well, Jaffer. I wish I could help you.
3 minutes left.
Yeah.
Salvage accepted. Credit
If I
applied.
recall, we don't actually have to go back to the hab before the time runs out. It's just... Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. I've done it so far because, you know, I was running out of oxygen and had no reason to keep going when I don't have enough oxygen. There was no point in buying more oxygen for just a minute or two.
Credits awarded.
Repair kit.
If I'm going to spend multiple days on a ship, I normally take the first day to just take the main cut points out.
Yeah,
Registered.
everybody's got their own methods for doing stuff, though.
It looks like your first day is taking all the lights out.
Hey, I took storage bins out, too. I typically have my first day as, like, take stock of the ship and do some basic tear apart. I don't have a set, this is the order I do things in. It's just a, that seems good to grab right now.
And there must be the power core right next to that entrance.
You got about
In one of the
1
walls.
minute till the yard goes dark, Cutter.
But I also have no idea how valuable some of these parts are because I've never seen them before. I'm hoping they're worth it.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Like that computer I just threw in, I have no idea how much that's worth.
Navigation table.
Yeah.
If you look in your upper left, when it hits the actual thing, it'll tell you how many credits.
Salvage deposit registered.
Oh, right. I
Account
forgot
credited.
that I can do that. I forgot to check for the
So
first
navigation
terminal
table
thing.
was about 20,000. At least.
Watch time? Wait, what happened, Wostine? Watch Weaver just fly out and physically drag you back to the hab when the clock runs out. It seems I'm back? What? Oh yeah, when the time runs out, you just immediately go back to your hab.
Yes, there is a free play like mode where there is no timer.
Yeah.
Joke.
Okay, that flight terminal was not worth as much as I thought it would be. Considering the
80,000?
flight terminal was just barely twice the cost of a seat. The navigation table, though, that had a good value to it, as well as the navigation terminals.
And a good reason for it is if you open the door to the cockpit, all that stuff would come flying into the navigation table and cost you that much.
Oh.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Your theta wave levels are high. Please administer 2 caffeine pods before starting your shift.
Slowly working down that debt. Woo! I do have messages.
And if you look on your employee terminal,
What about on it?
you'll
Oh, the
notice after
bunny?
you go through. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I that was like my third bunny I'd grabbed. Issue 15, Contract Clauses. In this issue, we would like to address our demand of revising the Shipbreaker contract. Did you know that the company owns any and all intellectual property for any inventions or artistic creations made by their workers? That's right, you've signed away that right the moment you took on this job. Forever. Were you aware that by signing the contract you agreed to not have any body modifications done, such as piercings, tattoos, or contraceptive devices without company approval? Are you aware that the company has free reign over when to terminate you to cook a new spare from the system, and that there are no regulations or provisions in place for when that should occur? They can literally do it for any reason. Or that the continued use of a dysfunctional spare is purely at the discretion of the company? Not to mention the policy on toilet breaks being a whopping 28 pages long.
You know, this sounds like Walmart.
I don't know, does it sound like Walmart, Toshime?
They had a full video on anti-union stuff. Yep, that's Walmart.
Yeah. I swear it should be illegal for companies to push against unions.
It's part of the right to work state.
Yeah.
Hey, Spirit.
I can confirm that Walmart is up to 3 videos regarding the unions.
Okay,
also-
RG, you do make a good point. The logistics of a bathroom break in a spacesuit cannot be easy. You make a very good point there.
They also still have the 5-minute video for not climbing into the cardboard baler.
There's a 5-minute video for not climbing into the cardboard baler.
Yes.
I don't
Did you?
think it was 5 minutes. I think it was 3 minutes.
Oh.
That's the trash compactor one.
In Australia, it is illegal to be anti-union. Yeah, the U.S. is run by corporations. It's not run by people.
It's run by money.
No, yeah, the corporations have all the money, so that's why they run it.
Our Walmart, because we had such low Walmart Plus numbers, forced our employees to sign up for the voluntary free Walmart Plus, where at the bottom of the thing, it says we are subject to possible payment deductions for signing up for our free Walmart Plus.
Wait, what?
Yep. And we were forced to sign up for it too.
The
So
fine
raise
print
our
on there
numbers
is
for
that if you quit your job, you have to cancel before the monthly renewal.
Oh, okay. So it's the fine print that if you quit the job, you have to cancel before the monthly renewal.
It did not say on that. It said that if we cancel, yes, I would have to renew it. But on the other thing, at the very bottom, it said separately that I am subject to possible payment deductions.
So it might be a matter of new policies have come out since you started, Toshime, because, Orem started much later than you did.
The free Walmart Plus thing was recent.
Walmart
they got
Plus
rid of a
is
lot of
new.
benefits and instead
Okay.
gave us free Walmart Plus, which is correct.
Walmart Plus is new, but it's not new.
it's really not that good.
Walmart Plus just replaced the Walmart Scan and Go from 2016.
Could you put this in the fridge, please? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit far away to put it in the fridge.
I was asking Orem. Also, Orem, since apparently, I'm guessing Spirit, you either worked for or do work for Walmart?
We used to be an overnight support manager. Market 425.
Oh.
I don't like my Walmart.
No one likes their Walmart.
What's that?
For that is the Walmart
We
way.
got people on voice, so you can, you know, actually hear what they're saying.
Door 3897.
1929 and 1607.
3150.
And temp duty at whatever store I was at for 2 weeks when they opened. And they had no cashiers. And literally just a store manager.
And I've been at my Walmart for 13 years.
That
I somehow
microphone isn't set up.
I somehow made it 5 before wanting to quit. Or kill someone.
I've made it almost a year with them avidly trying to get rid of me. Like, I've been fired once, and then they fell apart for those 2 days, so they rehired me.
Yeah, literally, they fired him, and 2 days later, they were like, please come back.
I do 30% of all the work in my department because we are understaffed, but apparently we're overstaffed, so they're doing layoffs.
Yeah, my Walmart keeps calling me back, and it's been almost a decade.
It's...
Local management says you're understaffed. Upper management says you're overstaffed.
They're also raising our cap for the amount of orders we can do. When I started, our cap was 6 orders an hour because we had like 5 people.
Oh, you're a digital personal shopper.
Yep. We still only have like 5 people that actually do work, and our cap is
Hold
now
on. 13. That is the official title?
Internal in the system? Yes.
Online personal shopper, yeah.
Digital personal shopper is what the one with the actual job code registers as. But yes.
Our RTC say online personal shopper, so that's why I read it as.
They gave you a fancy-ass title to try and get you to stay.
There's the front-facing title, then there's the back-of-house titles that personnel sees, or the managers see when doing scheduling. I worked at Walmart during the time of the smart system and the Telzons, and my guide. Screw my guide.
Zebras.
Well, the printers worked okay, but we had the gray ones that didn't.
I don't know much about our printers. I think we have one printer that works, and one that doesn't.
Sounds about right.
Because we are understaffed and overstaffed, they're making our front end also do OGP, and OGP do front end. But front end keeps calling out, so there's never anyone in front end. But we have to get people from front end if we need help, because we're not allowed to get it from anywhere else. And we always need help. So,
yep,
we're understaffed in both departments.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Wolstein, I will say that sometimes unions can be difficult or bad, but a lot of those that I've seen or heard about are ones that are actually run by the company rather than actually being run by the employees.
Yeah, the company-run unions are the shitty ones, usually.
Yeah.
Isn't Walmart run by the company? Because that would explain a lot.
Walmart doesn't have a union.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do they even have a union?
That explains
it.
No, Walmart
will
physically close entire market districts instead of let a union open.
That explains so much.
Oh shit, this one store has a union. Close the store. Well, now the other stores in that market are talking about close the whole market.
One of the stores was closed for union problems, and they said they gave the news the issue that, oh, there's problems with the pipe system at this Walmart. You can go to the one next state over, if you want to buy stuff from us.
Yeah, I still have
Our Walmart
my
currently
my
has holes in
handbook.
the ceiling. It's leaking every time it rains, which is constantly now. And they won't close
That's
because
actually
we
why
don't
I
have
left
union.
Walmart. So I left my Walmart because I shattered my ankle on a peg hook in women's intimates by bringing down a 4-foot section of shelving. It was release night for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, back when my hourly pay was 8 something an hour. And went to the hospital, got my drug test and everything, and got fresh out of surgery from getting some pins put in. And the morning co-manager came into the hospital and asked if I could finish out my shift because our daytime CSM called in. And they needed someone to set up the register bags because the afternoon CSM didn't do it.
Grocery stores are horrible. Hy-Vee, I injured my leg so bad I couldn't walk, and I still ended up working an hour without being able to walk before Stripes came and forced me out of there. And then they tried to call me back the next day when I still couldn't walk because there was no one there.
Yeah, at my old store, they had a cashier who was known asthmatic, carried around a rescue inhaler and everything. They told her to go push carts. She declined because of asthma. They made her push carts anyway. She had an asthma attack. They then tried to fire her for not managing it properly.
At our store, I'm not supposed to do anything prolonged in the freezer because I'm anemic. It physically hurts to do anything in the freezer for more than 10 minutes. And still they make me do freezer stuff. And despite it being in the system that I'm not supposed to, they make me do it because there's no one else to do it. Our freezer team does not do their job. They wait for OGP to show up to do it for them.
Your store has a freezer team. That on its own is impressive.
We have a freezer team and a cooler team and a deli team, and none of them do anything. OGP does it for them.
Yeah, I've heard that they keep adding more and more jobs for Orem to do.
Yeah, I currently do stocking, upfront, OGP. I've got to show the managers around because none of them know where anything goes. I do all the zoning as well when I got free time, as well as at least 30% of all the picks and dispensing in my department because I'm the only closer.
Did they use the phrase, "We don't sell diamonds"?
No, because we don't have a clothing department. We're a neighborhood market.
Your shelving.
Yeah.
When you zone, you have to pull it all the way forward to cover the little diamonds on the shelf.
Famous words my old assistant manager would say, quote, "We don't sell diamonds, except in jewelry, and I wouldn't call those diamonds."
No, I work in a bad
quote.
district. I work in a very bad Walmart. Like, we get people running in to try to steal things, and our women cashiers are the one beating them back with purses to chase them away.
I'm sorry, that's
the kind
just
of
funny.
Walmart I work in.
My Walmart was the kind of Walmart that let the Island Deli cooler sit leaking from the condenser for 4 years, getting sued 3 separate times and losing before they finally fixed it.
We got a new area for OGP in, I think it was November. Freezer was broken until January. But,
sounds about right.
The cooler has been leaking since we got it. It's still leaking.
Sounds about right.
We have so many Talon pockets just covering that hole every day because it's always leaking.
We had a grocery manager who decided one day that he was going to not be on his medicine, go into the not the money center, but the cash office.
Inner or outer cash office?
Inner, take all the bags, leave the store, get on a flight to California. Nobody noticed until he had a bad conscience called the store and called the cops to turn himself in.
Oh my god.
Oh, our...
Real
Did someone
quick,
steal one of our red box machines?
real quick, let me finish reading this so I can get back to the shift, and so people aren't just staring at this screen. So, policy on toilet breaks being a whopping 28 pages long. I am enjoying this conversation, by the way, but I just want to get some stuff going here. These and many more aspects of the Link's Shipbreaker contract are inhumane and in desperate need of regulation for the dignity of our workers. Salvage Workers Unite is determined to have these shortcomings addressed by regulation from the Stellar Commission.
So, our my new manager, we got her in January.
Quite yet.
Oh, but it's...
Yes, just let me get through this. Mom and Pop to Megacorp. Today, every ship traveling to every colony in the solar system does so thanks to Lynx Corp. Imagining our planet-spanning civilization without Lynx and the business and technology acumen of its operators, the Paulson family, is inconceivable. Here is the journey of how the Paulson family turned a modest mom-and-pop recycling shop into the behemoth of progression and innovation we know today. The origin, a humble endeavor. Centuries ago, humanity decided to leave Earth for a better, brighter future, venturing into the outer wilds for new opportunities. In a matter of years, prominent companies like Martel Industries set up shop in the uncharted territories on and around Mars. In 2088, back at Earth, an ecologically minded couple, Kip and Gerdo Schlesinger, began a small and unassuming company recycling debris from the dangerous Kessler Belt, Link Salvage. Their goal was to clear and recycle the deadly debris so that more people could safely reach orbit. The Schlesingers ran Link Salvage for 34 years, expanding into shipbreaking and growing the company's size at a steady rate. Over the next 100 years, ownership of the company was passed down through the family. In 2204, Kip and Gerda's great-great-grandson Jonas Schlesinger became CEO. Jonas ran the company without much interest or promise. 4 short years later, industrialist, philanthropist, and great innovator Exeter Paulson saw opportunity in the modest company. It was time for it to be placed in the right hands. After a brief negotiation period, Exeter took over the operation in 2208, combining all of his many holdings and interests into one company. Exeter rebranded Lynx Salvage to Lynx Corporation in 2210. Overnight, the humble, homely, earthbound business transformed into the prosperous solar megacorp it is today.
I actually had to catch a pallet a couple months ago, because it was tipping over and no one was paying attention. So I go to catch it, hurt my arm, and I got penalized for stopping all the glass bottles from breaking. Because it was one of those, it was our spaghetti aisle pallet, so it had all of our pasta sauce and everything.
Sounds about right.
And the thing I was wanting to say about my manager, we got a new one in January. I asked her if we could get keys, because we don't have keys for the alcohol or the, what's it called? The
Tobacco.
The beauty stuff.
Oh, HBA. Big
yeah,
3.
We don't have keys for those cases, so we've got to wait like 15 minutes for someone to have a pair of keys to come over and open it for us when we do our online shopping. It would be so much easier if we had keys. She said she'd put in a note to see if we could get keys. A month later, I asked again. She was like, oh yeah, I need to go put in that note. I asked about a week ago, and she was like, oh, it's not my job, it's this person's job. Have her do it. And it was a person who had just started that job about a week ago.
Sounds like she got yelled at for trying to do it.
What?
Or she was just being lazy and trying to pass the buck.
Probably both.
That's the kind of person she is. She's the one who hides in the office all day unless corporate is over to manage or look at things, and then she's out doing work.
Transferring credits.
Otherwise, she's
I
not
mean-
doing work.
I mean, in all fairness, as a support manager, when I wanted my breaks or lunches, I would turn off my walkie-talkie and hide on the back wall behind the rolling racks where the power cables were, so they couldn't find me.
The problem is we can always find her. She never leaves the office.
Like, she doesn't even bother trying to put up the red tag.
Salvage secured.
Red tape.
No credit applied.
The little red thingy that gets magneted over the window when they're doing coaching. Or whatever they call coachings now.
Nope, it's just a lockboard.
They don't have that for neighborhood markets.
They don't have the window on it.
Oh, that's another fun thing. When they made our new OGP area, we have these new sliding glass doors for it, and they decided to tint them for us. The problem is they put the tint on backwards,
Oh my
so
god.
everyone can see in, but we can't see out. And there's been a ticket to fix it since November. It's still not fixed. They did the same thing with the manager's office, but they got that one fixed after about 3 months.
Sounds about right. Yeah,
just
most of the
fixed
people I
us.
worked with at my Walmart, who are surprisingly still there when I wouldn't be, they still keep me updated because I was apparently one of the managers who didn't give a shit. I mean, I was an hourly support manager, of course I wouldn't. Wasn't paid enough for that.
The sad part is, I am one of, I think there's 3 people in my department who have worked longer than me.
Salvage deposit
I've
confirmed.
been here for
Applying
almost a
credit.
year. And 2 of those 3 people started about a month before I did.
Ouch.
Our turnover rate in our OGP is extremely high.
Salvage deposited.
On the plus side, it's a good
does
workout.
far more work for this Walmart than he really should be.
I do. And they don't
That's
care.
literally every employee at every Walmart
Salvage
in
secured.
the high yield departments.
Applying credit.
Every employee that cares, at least. Because we have a lot of employees that don't do anything but sit in the break room all day. Which I actually
Yeah,
got
sounds right.
yellow carded because I was standing around for about 30 minutes. Because I had just finished all my work. There was nothing to do. I was waiting for...
Yellow carded?
I got a yellow card.
Processing valuable deposit.
Like
I think
2
that
days
might
ago.
be something new.
Yellow card, orange card, red card's fired.
Salvage accepted. Credit
So
It's
they've
the
replaced-
equivalent to coaching, but
So
that's
they've-
just for neighborhood markets. It's
Oh.
not replacement.
But
Okay.
I got a yellow card for standing around for 30 minutes. I got the yellow card. Not the stalking team who was in the break room for 3 hours. Not the other employee I was working with who was in the break room for an hour and then in her car for another hour. No, me, because I was standing around for 30 minutes.
Also sounds right.
Yeah.
Salvage
I made
secured.
I was very quickly the support manager that salaried would hate.
Why?
If they interrupted my breaks or lunches, I'd restart them.
Yeah, that's on the rules how you're supposed to do it. I got insubordination for doing that before.
I've actually,
I was lucky enough to have gone to high school with the son of our market manager.
oh, lucky.
So every coaching I ever got, including the direct to level 3 coaching, was rescinded. With the exception of the one the night I wrecked our ankle. Where at the hospital I told our shift manager to shove the cash office keys somewhere that the sun don't shine.
I've actually,
Now I will stand by that one and call it appropriate.
Credit applied.
Zip, you can pick up those posters.
I've gotten.
I think those posters are supposed to go in the. Are they pick up or do I? I guess I'll have to keep an eye on.
If you want to decorate your hab, you can.
Okay.
If you want to give it to Lynx, then keep doing what you're doing.
I thought that they that if I put them in the barge, then it would be good. But good to know. Thank you.
I actually recently got in trouble for lunch violations. I was the only closer, and there was no one trained to do my job. So when everyone else is gone by 6 o'clock, and I can't get a lunch in before then, I don't get a lunch that day. And there's no one to cover. The managers don't give me anyone to cover. So, for doing my job and making sure there's someone to cover it, I got in trouble for lunch violations during the busiest times of the year.
Sounds about right. Yeah, in 5 years, I got 23 coachings, only one which stuck. And almost every single one of them was for restarting my breaks or lunches.
See, my big problem is, while the other managers really like me, the store manager does not.
Oxygen reserves critical.
Because she doesn't judge based on numbers, because she doesn't know what she's doing. She judges based on
Oxygen levels
first impressions, and her first impression of me is, oh, I was sick during flu season, before I had PBTO, during COVID, in November. So I accumulated a lot of points. So she sees me as unreliable.
All of these things are reminding me exactly why I left the company that I was working for Starbucks through. Because I wasn't working directly for Starbucks. And it's like, everything I was doing was by the book. This is what corporate themselves put out. This is how they wanted all of these customers handled and stuff. And I would constantly get talked to and coached and stuff by my direct manager. And I'm like, this is literally right here, the knowledge base from corporate. This is what we are supposed to do. I did this right.
If we ran our store the way it tells us to in the U-Learns or the Academy, our store would not run.
The only Walmart store that runs the way the CBLs tell you to run them is literally the one right across the road from the frickin' home office.
I will say, Starbucks, they are good people by their corporate dialogue. All of that knowledge-based stuff, if everybody were to actually go by that, it would be good. Unfortunately, nobody follows it.
Zim, I
What?
will reference this. Starbucks Furry.
Yeah. Granted, this was also like 5 years ago.
I'm just getting kind of sick of Walmart. It's pulling a lot of crap. And if they try to not give me my year raise, I'm going to be very upset and probably leave them high and dry.
Oh yeah, that was another thing, raises. So I started at Walmart when minimum wage was $6. We were getting $6.25 an hour. And the raises, the max raise you could get per year was 10 cents if you exceeded all categories. 5 cents if you were meeting or exceeding in all categories, but you had to have at least 2 exceedings. Most people got nothing.
See, our Walmart doesn't... I'm worried because our Walmart hasn't done anything. We had nothing for employee appreciation. They haven't kept track of our no accident thing, which we're supposed to have a party or something after so long with no accidents. They haven't kept track of employee of the month since August, which my first month, employee of the month, woo. They haven't kept track since then. It's like they don't care.
Well, at least it's not as bad as our
Wolfstein?
safety.
Wostein, I can say honestly they wouldn't care because the Walmart I worked at hired a lady 3 separate times after firing her twice for stealing.
Oh my god.
We had a cashier who was caught stealing out of her till. They fired her. 90 days later, she worked in jewelry. She was fired again. 90 days later, she was working in fabrics and crafts.
We actually do not have a safety, or we didn't have a safety team at our Walmart. Corporate came by like a month ago and yelled at our manager for it, and now we have a safety team. Sort of. we have a safety
Everybody's
team in
on
name
the
alone.
safety team.
We have a safety team in name alone, as long as corporate is there.
Credits awarded.
Oh, but yeah, when Zim was reading the letters or the emails, yeah, we had our red box stolen from our Walmart. So
Oh.
my Walmart store still isn't allowed to have one 7 years later.
That's fine.
And see, my Walmart had.
Object accepted for processing.
Also, apparently they've eliminated the entire IMS team. And they've got this new automated unloading machine.
What is IMS?
IMS was the team that came in at like 6 in the afternoon to unload the trucks and would leave at
Whenever
just
it got
after
done.
midnight. Yeah,
Oh,
pretty
for us,
much.
that's just
It depended on the day.
For us, it's whoever's available. If we got a manager, it's usually them. If we don't have a manager, it goes to a team lead.
Yeah, apparently they have a machine that sorts all the boxes by department now.
Oh my god. I wish we had that, because we have to do all that by hand.
So you still have to separate by department number 3 and 6-star freight.
We sort by general merchandise, and then food.
Yeah,
and
GM.
then we sort the food by aisles, because we've got food stuff, and then we have the general merchandise stuff, which we sort by every pair.
Critical oxygen level.
But we have to pull those boxes apart, the pallets off the truck, take those apart, and reorganize them.
Break boxes are the worst.
Break back.
I hate all boxes,
They've-
really. I
They've
hate the
changed
feeling
break
hard.
boxes to break pack. Really, that doesn't make much of a difference.
I
They're
just
still annoying.
I hate all the boxes because I have so many cuts on my fingers.
Just
And-
one giant break pack box. A thing of lipstick and a tiny little single can of Kickstarter, whatever.
By the way, Casual Azrael, I did see your message about the glass. I already took the glass out of that. But yeah, we're having some interesting discussions here.
Our DC was also really shitty with loading the trucks. DC 6025 in Menominee, Wisconsin. Famous for putting a half pallet of Cheez-Its, a half pallet display of Cheez-Its, underneath the whole pallet of water.
Spirit Starpaw, you need to go buy yourself some Pokeballs. Or use your Great Ball or Ultra Ball. You do start with those. You have to specify you want to use those. And thank you for the head pats.
My store, when unloading food, noticed that they had stacked 3 high thing of pickles underneath dog food.
Oh.
And when they took it off the truck, they noticed that the pickle jars had cracks in them.
Oh god.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Your
Guess
allocated
what
shift
happened
time
when they
will be
took
commencing shortly.
how they found out there was cracks in the pickle jars?
All the smell and the juices.
Almost.
Not exactly. It held together until it came off the truck over the loading ramp, where it has that little bounce of the pallet jack.
Oh, yeah.
The person who was pulling the pallet jack dove out of the way before that stuff came crashing down at them.
And let me guess, they got they got penalized.
The instant report had to tell them that they had to be safer next time they were unloading the truck.
Sounds about right. One of our trucks broke our automated ramp. To this day, it's still not fixed.
One of our bay doors was broken because someone tried to shut a truck latch. The truck had got too close to the ramp, and they tried closing the door, didn't work, so they jumped up and grabbed the door and slammed it down and broke it.
We had one of our...
That Christmas, some customers decided, hey, Walmart's closed, but let's try going in through the back. Hey look, the bay door's open. Let's start unloading TVs and beer and everything. Oh wait, they have beer. Take the beer, start drinking it, get stuff half loaded in their truck, fall asleep in the back room. Security didn't notice that they were in the back room. They just walked the front of the house.
AP or uniform security that's hired in contract when the store's closed?
Contract for Christmas. And
GSSC?
I don't know. I wasn't there at the time. I just know that it was security. And we had the people ready to start up for the day to unload the truck that was sitting outside. They come in, see the two bumbling people drunk on the floor. Hey, what are you doing? They shock awake. One of them grabs the fire extinguisher and just sprays the whole back of the building. They stumble out the back of the ramp, get in their truck, and drive away. With most of the stuff still outside the parking in the docking bay.
We're not allowed to prevent people from stealing things. We're just supposed to prevent people from stealing things verbally. Sometimes we can't even.
So
with the work order that was in, it took them 2 days to get that door fixed after that incident.
Well, yeah, because it cost money.
Our work order, we had one of our milk doors broken. We don't know how it broke. I think someone like punched it or something, but the whole thing was shattered, so we had a cardboard thing covering it. 3 months! No one could get into it. And they finally fixed it 2 weeks ago.
The main leaks that get fixed from our building are the ones that are over the cardboard compactor.
Transferring credit.
So our cash office is inside the old walk-in cooler freezer combo from our McDonald's.
What?
So the McDonald's in our Walmart and the McDonald's down the road were owned by the same franchise company, and they shared the same staff. The McDonald's and the Walmart had a drive-through like the one down the road. The one in the Walmart almost put out of business the actual physical store. So the company closed the one in the Walmart to keep the justification of the one by the freeway open.
Of
That's
course.
stupid.
Right?
Corporates are always stupid. I don't.
Well, this is a
any...
franchise company, but yes.
I don't think there's any corporate or franchise really that knows what they're doing.
No,
Yeah,
they
probably.
definitely don't.
But yeah, so the McDonald's got turned into the new customer service center because it was twice as big. And the cash office got shoved into their walk-in cooler freezer. The inner cash office is the freezer, the outer cash office is the cooler
yes, I am, Ronnie. And hey there, Black Dragon. Great to see you. Blackie.
It's actually late. I should probably head to bed. I gotta go to the best place in the world tomorrow.
You're going to Disney World?
No, I'm going to Walmart Land.
Yeah, he gets to go into work tomorrow.
Yep. I think there's only 4 of close to home.
Yeah, every time I go shopping at my old store, my old department manager from daytime and my old assistant still keep asking if I want my job back.
Well, that they've still yet to realize that our Sundays are extremely busy, so they barely hire anyone for Sunday. So, Sunday's going to be a hell.
And I actually had a D-Day where it wasn't my fault.
A D-Day?
That's where it's warning, write up, D-Day. D-Day is where you get sent home for the day.
Oh.
Write a page paper on why you still want to work at Walmart.
What?
They've never done that at our store.
And if the manager doesn't like what you wrote, then you're fired.
Wow, I've never had one of those yet, surprisingly.
That was about 10 years ago.
This was about 10 years ago, and our store never did that.
A page paper about why they don't want to work to Walmart.
Yeah, some people when they got those, they just photocopied their middle finger and gave it to them and left.
Salvage secured.
Why
Applying
would I
credit.
want to work for this place?
Me, I wrote exactly what I was feeling. That the manager, when I came in, told me that I had to go back up cashier.
Oh,
Then they let me go to lunch on time, but when I came back, there was another manager waiting at the time clock for me, saying you have to go back up cashier, and I had 5 minutes at the end of my shift to zone up pets, paper goods, chemicals.
Warning. Oxygen reserves low.
And I wasn't getting the
Wings
zone done.
recommends regular gentle exercise to increase blood oxygen levels.
When I turned in the page paper,
Azrael
Go ahead,
says that apparently they did the same thing at the Walmart he goes to. Or they go to.
the manager at the time who did that is not working for the company anymore.
Good.
Warning. Oxygen reserves
Because of my D-Day, and me giving that note
Tim,
to...
get some air.
Fine.
I gave the note to a certain manager, and I also gave it to one of the employees who had worked there for a long time.
Oxygen levels stabilized.
The manager that I gave it to told me, okay, you're a good worker, you're a cashier now. Don't go back to pets. The employee that I handed it to got in contact with upper management friends of hers, and that's why that manager doesn't work there anymore.
Oh.
Wait, you have to buy your own oxygen?
Yes, in this
Yes.
game you have to... This game literally charges you for everything.
It is Walmart.
Oh yes, by the way, Zim, charge for no specific reason fee. 20,000 credits.
This is Walmart.
Deposit accepted for
Is
processing.
that still going in?
Yep.
Get into the furnace, dragon!
Well, I should hop off and head to bed and stop complaining about
Have
my
a good
work.
night.
I am going
Good
to
luck
be
tomorrow.
cranky tomorrow. There you go.
1 second, guys.
Do you want me to give your local management a heart attack?
How so?
Because I still know what all the emergency procedures are, and the fact
Oh.
that in the emergency procedure book there's a procedure for media contact.
Yep.
They're offering to give your local manager a heart attack because they know all of the emergency procedures, and I guess how to flip them off.
The problem is, if you did that, it would go back on me because she doesn't like me. I am her.
Oh, she would blame you just because you exist.
Yeah, that's who I am. I am the one she makes.
It's called a scapegoat.
A scapegoat.
I am the scapegoat. Yes, that's the word.
The media manager thing now is they get direct contact with media relations phone number.
Pissing her off that I am currently the best one in the store according to
Raw material accepted.
Good night.
I could do something that could piss her off more by sending a comp letter to corporate.
Send a comp letter to... Oh, a comp letter to corporate about Aurum?
Yeah, because then it's on the corporate file and the store can't bury it.
I've already gotten several of those from.
You got 5 minutes remaining in your ship, Cutter. 5 minutes.
Yeah, we can make it one more and piss her off even further.
I'm the only one working at night. And the fact I'm able to list off everything they bought because I'm the one who picked it and who is dispensing it to them.
Yes, I will utilize my entire chat. We'll have everybody write a comp letter for Aurum.
I would probably get in so much trouble.
Why would you get in trouble?
Yeah, but then Home Office would be somewhat curious about why someone with so many comp letters got fired.
Now imagine if all the customers sent in compliments too.
But it would, then they would have to deal with, you know, the Home Office being like, why is somebody getting fired that has had so many compliments?
I don't think they care about that, seeing as they fired me right before they started opening deliveries.
But that would still get corporate's eyes on them so fast.
I still don't think they care.
Actually, I know someone who I could make care.
For so many things I should have been punished for.
Spirit knows someone that they can make care.
So our old market personnel coordinator is the director of people operations in Bentonville. I still have his cell number. I could accidentally make them care.
Say hi to Mark Marvin for me.
No, it's Ryan Keller.
My regional.
Oh.
Hey there, Royal Rose. Kind of. Actually, this game has very much been making me want to do Space Engineers again. That and going through my old clips from Space Engineers. I've been actually really wanting to play that again. Okay. How the hell am I supposed to get in there to disconnect anything? The flush switch is on literally the other side of this.
Oh, grab. That's the easiest way to pull yourself through.
Grab?
X or C.
Oh.
To crawl.
But how does that actually let me get through a space that I can't squeeze through?
Okay, so that's not working this time. You used to be able to flex through there. You may have to try the other door.
There is no door! At least no door I could find. I mean, I could make a door. What is this? Can I interact with this? No.
Because it was telling you in the instructions. Is there an entrance in the front?
Yeah, there's just a plate right here.
Okay, so just a processor plate.
Yeah.
One minute left, Cutter. So you got something cooking. Now's the time to plate it and bring it to the table.
Well, he was explaining all this, and the game glitched out and had a story thing going on at the exact same time. So I missed the entire explanation as well as the story stuff on what I'm supposed to do here.
Go back through the back and see if there's a way you can disconnect one of the wall plates. Because those are two halves.
They are two halves.
That box, try pulling on the right-hand side. It's in between the pipes, right-hand side.
Oh, that's some kind of fuel thing. Yes, I would like to know how I'm supposed to do this.
Well, if we're going by the Walmart method, the most ineffective, asinine way possible.
No. Don't blow up the whole thing.
Ole.
Ole!
Because you're going to get charged if you continue trying to open that up. I'd go with a new ship.
I want to learn how to do this. Also, it's time for Stream Raiders.
In this 47 parts... Oh, sorry, hold on. In this 47-part module CBL training, you will learn exactly how to do this. Part 1.
No, you have to get it right. You will learn this module's training.
I remember we went back to the ad office for whatever reason, and our assistant was asleep during the active shooter training. It's amazing to know that no one could stay awake through those. And on occasion, they'd have a female monotone one.
And then they also have now the VR training for active shooter.
I'm sorry, what?
VR headsets for active shooter.
Do they give you the little Wii Sports gun attachment?
No, you get the two little handle things. And I made my coworkers laugh because I got in one of the wheeling chairs and started going around in a circle like I was the active shooter.
Well, okay then. Yeah, Jaffer, unfortunately, it is training that people have to do here.
HR didn't really like that, though.
Oh,
I still remember when our store manager got fired. That was a fun day.
Good morning, Cutter
What did yours get fired for?
9346-52.
So,
Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. The greatest reward in life is the chance to work hard at work worth doing.
Well, that's a Walmart inspiration message.
Yeah, I know, right?
So, my original store manager, she was unceremoniously stepped down because she went on medical leave for cancer treatment and came back to a new store manager, which the company hired directly out of the military with absolutely zero experience of anything, except he had been on U.S. military reserves for 5 years.
Oh, one of those kinds of situations.
Zero other experience. And he was walked out by Market because he saw a shoplifter and got mad that AP wasn't apprehending the shoplifter crossing the threshold. So he tackled her. Hard. Like running head start hard.
Oh,
You hurt my little shoulder.
Boosh! Get
That was
down
about
there.
what happened to her.
So he mentioned something about going from the back.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
There are cut points.
Now, do you need to turn on your light?
I don't think so.
Oh, Toshime. So, when I started, we had a Div 1 store. And they actually built our Div 2 behind us. They screwed it up. So our store was 30 feet smaller, the entire width of the building, than it should have been.
Yeah, I can see that.
So, we had a Div 1 store, one of the old regular style Walmarts that had the blue, gray, and red paint scheme.
Mm-hmm.
The little star in between Wall and Mart. And
Smiley face.
yeah, and the little vests that said, "How may I help you today?"
No, those are not cut points. And thank you for that follow, Royal Rose.
So we were due to expand.
Hold
Get in
on.
there and hit that shut-off switch.
Okay. Okay, so this is how I'm supposed to do it. There's some kind of shut-off thing that I've got to get in there and turn it off with.
Before everything goes kaboom.
Oh, God!
It's burning.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Oh.
Real satisfying when it comes apart like that, don't you think? I'll leave you to it from here. Weaver out.
Okay, so that's how you're supposed to do it. You just cut. And hope you get the right spot.
Good job.
You didn't blow everything up. Congratulations.
You may have to do it a little faster next time.
Yeah, I might. Oh, all right,
Yes.
Royal Rose. Thanks so much for coming by. I hope you have a fantastic night. Or day, whatever it might be for you.
But yeah, so for our Div 1 store, they determined that they couldn't expand it to Div 2, the Super Center, because we had a bit of swampland on the side of our store, and developments on the other side. So they took the only logical step and plunked the Super Center behind our Div 1, built it up, leaving us having to, thankfully,
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to
not have much of an impact on the original store until it was time to move. Unfortunately, they failed to realize that they didn't have quite enough space for it. And they also failed to realize that property lines were a thing. Because behind the empty lot that was behind our store was an assisted living community.
Valuable objects processed. Credits awarded.
They got all the way to pouring the foundations for the supercenter before realizing, hey, where's the truck road going? How are we getting trucks to the grocery side of the store? Because we had 2 separate receiving docks on the actual physical ends, instead of a central receiving place for the new one. So they had to cut off 30 feet of backroom space, the entire width of the store, to put in the truck roads. Because they forgot property lines existed. Meanwhile, our Div 1 store had a 2-floor back room with freight elevator, and we lost it for a tiny, cramped, compact space that they forgot they needed space for.
And the store in the next town over is an older store.
Oh, that was retrofitted?
It still has the meat cutting table and that.
Oh, ours did too.
Valuable objects processed. Credits deposited.
So, when the Supercenter was built, they built it with a fully functional meat room with a window and everything, like you'd see at Sam's Club or Costco, and a lobster tank.
Oh yeah, I remember when Walmarts used to have those.
Right? When you could watch the lobsters fight each other all day.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, we used to bet on which color bands would win.
Complete all salvage goals on an Atlas class ship. Cool.
BSR Supercenter has a fully functional meat room with its own cooler and freezer, separate from the main cooler and freezer. So when we get overstocked for cooler and freezer, they have to run a pallet into the meat room and into those freezers because they're not connected to the rest of the back room.
Oh.
On the plus side, you could walk in and you could walk in grocery entrance, go into the McDonald's, which is customer service now. McDonald's had access to the back of house hallway for taking their garbage out. You can literally go from the grocery entrance all the way to the back of the store and across into TLE's back room for battery storage and oil storage without seeing a single customer.
Employees are responsible for regulating carbon dioxide levels.
Oh.
That was the one benefit of that store. You could sneak in and out.
When I first started working at my Walmart, I was over in pets, and little kids would call me Mr. Walmart Man because I was the one who could help them with the fish.
Mommy, I want the fish. No. Tantrum.
And I'd always have to tell the kids, okay, now be careful with the fish. Have your parents hold them above the sensors as you leave through the door because that'll send a static shock through the bag if it's too low and kill your fish.
Wait, will it really?
On the old Sensormatic models, yes.
Oh my god. I never knew that.
It would be floating by the time you got to the car otherwise.
No! 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 Crap! Furnace! Let go! Please!
Why? Quit why?
Your last tether.
To let go.
Head on over to the
No, I don't want the furnace. No, I don't want to let go. The furnace is trying to steal this piece, and I'm out of tethers.
Feed the dragon. Feed the dragon.
No, that piece doesn't go to the dragon. No.
Feed the dragon.
I need more tethers.
Tether the other side to the other, so it'll straighten out the correct way.
Gotta get in here. Not that. Tethers. Okay.
Tethers restored.
Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. The furnace really wants that.
Tether the furnace side to the right-hand side.
That's 5 minutes
Refiner.
left on the clock. Cutter.
Processor.
5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Jaffer.
Ah, thanks.
Zim,
What?
the one that you have on that side, where the furnace is, take a tether and take it across the way.
I don't know if my tethers can go that far.
Attach it to the ship. Or one of the things that looks like an asterisk in space. That's what those are used for. To help straighten out pieces.
Ah, good point. Oh, that furnace really wants it.
Feed the dragon. Feed the dragon. Be a good kobold, Sim. Feed the dragon.
The dragon doesn't get that piece.
Oh, but it does. It gets all the pieces.
No.
I guess we'll have to feed you to the dragon then to make you more obedient to it.
Credits awarded.
And before you make the same mistake, hold the processor piece.
Okay, I got that one in. That one's currently making its way over. I'm also running out of time here to get these last few pieces in.
And a little bit of advice for next time.
Yeah?
This little thing
Sorry, Toshima.
You're fine.
That was too good, Chopper. Okay, what were you saying, Toshima?
The little thing that you just threw down. Don't take the gas things out of it, just disconnect it and throw it down into the...
Yeah, it saves a little bit of time, but I also originally had plenty of time.
Should have just fed the dragon.
No!
He's already fed it.
Yeah! I already fed the dragon plenty.
And
Zim, your dragon requests an entire ship. Including the contraband.
Alright, we got everything turned in now.
Cutter, you got about 1 minute to make your mark on this shift.
Num num num
Oh,
num
and
num 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 num
Zim,
num num
take a
num.
look at the Earth. you'll see a little bit of difference on how the actual Earth looks.
Oh, God. Definitely not a green Earth anymore. And that green that we do see does not look like plant life.
Well, that's what you get for not feeding the dragon.
The hell does that have to do with the... what?
Warning. Your oxygen reserves are dropping below statistically profitable levels.
And your grapple is smoking.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that.
Okay.
Oh. Hi there, Yoshi. Ugh. Well, I still managed to bring in the rest of it. Woo, rank 8.
Level has been achieved. License level
Not feeding the dragon fee. 2,758,000.
I fed the goddamn dragon! That's my story and I'm sticking to it.
Hitting the table and then claiming that it's your story and sticking to it fee. 5,000 credits.
Please enjoy the following inspirational message. Success is not the key to happiness. Happiness is the key to success. If you love what you do, you will be successful.
Tier 3 subs are $25, though do keep in mind I only get half of that.
Spirit's advice fee, 50 cents.
Spirit has been giving me terrible advice.
But it's still advice.
I do not want the advice.
Not wanting Spirit's advice fee, $24.99.
Oh. New ship access. Atlas Roustabout. Unparalleled brawn. Unfaltering durability. Unmatched power. When the job site requires a tireless workhorse, call on the Atlas Roustabout. For Quasar Thrust. Oh, God.
Yeah, that one's a pain.
4 Quasar thrusters and high output power stations give the Roustabout peerless strength. Reinforced tow towers and push pads provide maximum work utility, whether working construction, salvage, or demolition. The Roustabout lets you handle the hardest jobs with ease.
Not you, other spirit. We're talking about me, the other spirit.
Yeah, not you, other spirit.
Also, you said Kazon thrusters. Red alert! All hands to battle stations.
No, Quasar.
You started saying Kazar.
Cutter, I want to tell you, I'm mighty impressed by you. Remind me of me when I started. All bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Had big dreams of hitting the rails back then. Bought myself one of them classic armadillo rigs. Named the old girl Beulah, after my mother. Told you about my bad revive a while back. Another case of me and technology not getting on, I guess. Bottom line is, this body just ain't fit for flying no more. So, I want to give Beulah to you, Cutter. She ain't in the best of shape, but she'll do good by you. Hell, even a few places around the village that'll fit her out for gate travel, if you're so inclined. Anyway, that's it. She'll do more for you than me now. I'm just happy she's gonna be with somebody that truly appreciates her. We're out.
And you proceed to immediately cut it up.
I was gonna say.
Proceed to the next day. How's my old ship treating ya?
Well, we had a mishap with the Furnace Dragon. It ate all of her.
Weaver just breaks down crying on the radio. Gets charged the crying on the radio fee.
I also love how I've known the guy for like a week, maybe 2, and he's already just gifting me a ship.
You're like the brother he had.
The Exeter Paul. Yeah?
Ferengi rule of acquisition number 8. Small print leads to larger risk.
The fact that you know those, I love it. Your brother never understood those rules, like your father, but I love him just the same.
I would not be at all surprised if that actually is a thing, Jaffer. The Exeter Paulson era, 2208 to 2255. Born well into Earth's post-climate collapse era, and raised in the intellectual haven of the Swiss Confederacy, Exeter always had his sights set on space. From a young age, friends and family knew him as a true visionary who showed excellence in every endeavor. In early adulthood, he began looking off-world for venture opportunities and started acquiring small businesses with untapped potential, folding them all under the umbrella of Paulson technology utilizing the Utilizing the vast financial resources from across his portfolio, Exeter had a gift for unlocking the true potential for every new acquisition. In 2208, with over 200 years of human space travel leaving a swath of dangerous debris that was now a very real hazard for further human expansion, the International Federation of Earth and Humanity introduced massive subsidies for the clearing and recycling of this detritus. Astute as ever, Exeter came across a mismanaged but highly respected recycling operation, Lynx Salvage. This acquisition quickly awarded Exeter vast subsidies that would enable him to focus on his primary vision, creating a network of rapid mass transit between Earth, Mars, and beyond. Eventually, this vision would manifest as the modern Railgate network. Charmed with how Lynx Salvage used the now extinct Wildcat, with the heir of a mythological beast as its moniker, Exeter Paulson rebranded his entire operation as Lynx Corporation in 2210. Up next, the Railgate Project, 2230 to 2267.
So, Zim, since Jaffer is talking about Fee's medical pies, would you like to hear some wacky medical codes that I came across in my time working for United Health as a team lead?
Jeez, you've just worked all over, haven't you?
I will move to whatever company it takes to further my career progression.
Fair enough.
And to actually get a decent pay.
Well, now you're just asking too much.
Hey, as a team lead for United Health, working as the assistant GM at a hotel, I'm now making double my pay for United Health.
We're gonna go with this.
Is it bouncing around a lot? Yes.
Alright, well, go ahead, share. Alright, let's wait to make sure there's no story stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna wait since it's loading.
Oh, I forgot to repair
Morning,
my...
crew. Let's hit them salvage goals.
Yeah, hey, Weaver? you know when this administrator gets here?
Should be here any day now. But remember, no need to worry.
Thanks.
Kai, you good?
Yeah. Nervous, you know. I really can't lose this job.
Whoa, slow down there.
They always let go of the screw-ups first, right?
We all screw up, Kai.
Just work careful. Avoid any major accidents. You'll be golden.
Yeah. I just need to keep my head down.
Okay, not sure I can cut through this. Ah, there we go.
All
Switching
right.
the laser type.
Alright, go ahead.
So, codes I've personally come across working as team lead for claims. Other contact with cow. There is a medical code for bitten by cow and kicked by cow. There is also a medical code, though, that I've seen. Other contact with cow.
Okay.
I have seen problems in relationship with in-laws, which honestly I'm surprised I hadn't seen more of. There was one for injuries related to activities involving arts and crafts. My personal favorite, sucked into jet engine, subsequent encounter. There's one for falling down an elevator shaft, subsequent encounter as well. That's pretty funny. And my personal favorite, fecal urgency.
Okay.
A new subscriber arrives.
Yoshi!
It fills you with determination.
Thank you so much for that support. I really appreciate it.
Joke.
Somewhere I think I still have my ICD-10 code book.
And Spirit, we're glad that you volunteer your time at ZGF Gaming.
Yes. Emphasis on volunteer your time, though. You're not being paid for this.
Oh, don't worry, Zim. I'm still invoicing you.
What?
I'm just making... Yeah.
What does that have to do with anything?
Salvage registered.
Well, it's a paid volunteership.
Ah. These ion rings are valuable.
Also, don't worry, Toshime. I've been keeping track of your hours and billing for them as well.
You don't need to do that. I don't need to be paying any more to be working here.
Salvage deposit.
No, Zim's the one who's supposed to be paying you, remember?
It doesn't work that way. I'm the sugar yin.
Yeah. Yeah, he pays me. He keeps the channel alive. Everybody helps, but I can't deny that it's mostly Jaffer and Toshime that really keep it going. But every now and then we get like Karma popping in and others pop in for big support, but either way, I appreciate every bit of support that I get. Because it
Petition
keeps the
to make a
channel
custom Discord role. Sugar Yin.
I already have enough rules in here.
Yeah. Yeah, Sugar Yin and Sugar Volley.
Nope, that's the wrong emote. Where is the emote I want? There.
You know, I'm really glad that slamming things into each other after they've gotten into the barge does not damage them.
Yeah, they have
Coming
to
in
change
the
that
next-
mechanic. It used to be that way where things would blow up inside the barge. Back when it was a flat plane instead of a capture device.
I'm honestly surprised they took away that, because that would be hilarious on Zim's billing statements.
Oh, God.
It wasn't fun when you had a tier 2 reactor on the barge and you tried to throw a gas line down there.
Oh, yeah. There goes all your money.
Martin wants
Squeaky
chicken.
baby!
Zim, it wasn't just your money, it was your life when the tier 2 reactor exploded and the gas line came back up at your face.
Oh! Yeah, that would not be great.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Alright, we have no pressurization to worry about on this. Ah, cool. Poster.
Oxygen reserves.
Oh, I can. Okay. Well, I know how to collect them now. Also, I need to get back out of here because oxygen is low.
Yeah, you should upgrade your tanks pretty soon.
Oh my god, I've been given a video.
By the way,
Aw,
for
it's a
stream
whole
readers, I will be running that after we, after this shift.
Remember, Zim, the administrator's coming. Oh no, wait, Toshimi and I are already here. Remember, you work to earn the right to work.
That's a good song.
It is.
It is. All of his stuff is
Compendium.
great.
Yeah, but somehow he managed to capture basically the entire labor force of the United States motto in one song.
Alright. All sorts of cut points here.
If you want a better one that emphasizes Walmart workforce, listen to Tennessee Ford 16 tons.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Okay, I'm in love with that paw video. Thank you, Toshimi.
What was it?
Bigger.
Yeah. That's my mood.
I'm confused.
It's one I've sent you before, Zim, of the person sitting there saying, bigger. Bigger.
Oh. In regards to the paws?
Yep.
Paws should always be bigger.
Will you stop moving? Thank you.
No. You're not welcome.
You go to the furnace dragon. We must feed it before it tries to eat something else.
It just eats the entire barge.
Alright, Cutter. You got 5 minutes left in this shift before they turn the lights out on you. Pitter patter.
Peter patter.
Material processed. Credits deposited.
few more videos for you.
I like it when people from the community get along.
Well, they're all videos plotting against you, but okay.
I know Toshime
he
wouldn't
knows.
do that.
He knows the type of videos that I send, like the escaping bunny.
Account credit applied.
I know I can trust Toshime. Now, other spirits, not so much.
What did Spirit Star Paw ever do to you?
Well, it's best that we do not get into that on the stream.
Hey, I'm still waiting for you to talk to me off stream about what caused the change to the voice channel rules.
Ah, yeah, that.
Unless Toshime or Jaffer are able to fill me.
Not while I'm streaming, at the least.
I mean, we have other voice channels.
Transferring credits.
Yeah, it's best if Zim discusses it.
Fair enough. I'm sure Zim already asked you about this earlier, Jaffer, but how are you feeling tonight? Any better?
Damn, I'm out of Pokeballs.
Here, you can have one.
Ow! Well, now I can't use it to catch the Pokemon because you just used it to throw it at my face.
Wait, Zim's a Pokemon? Ooh, better catch him.
No, I am not a Pokemon.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet.
Have fun shipbreaking. I think I'm gonna be heading off to bed.
Aww. Have a good night, Toshime.
Yeah, sleep well. And thanks for hanging out. And happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Alright, this last minute I'm just gonna be focused on...
Gobble gobble.
Well, probably running back to the hab to get more oxygen, or just turn in for the shift, actually. Looking at the time. And my O2 left.
Oxygen reserves are low. Reminder, asphyxiation can lead to missed salvage goals.
Yeah, I'll run out of time before my O2 runs out.
Cutter, your gear's getting low. It's gonna start fighting you if you don't head back to the hab and maybe...
Oh. Alright. $3 million. Alright, Yoshi. Thanks so much for coming by, and thanks for that subscription. I hope you sleep well. didn't even reach my first salvage goal for that. Alright, time for stream raiders. Bow, 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 bow. Yes, Yoshi. If you are in the Discord and you have your Discord and Twitch accounts linked, you will automatically get the Twitch subscriber role. Though it can take a couple of hours for you to actually get it.
Thank you for reminding me, Zim.
Reminding you of...
I had forgotten to update the connection to my Discord since I did the name change.
Oh. Well, yeah, you're welcome. Also, for those that are supporters of the channel, I just got an update on the new Razor model. Thank you for the head pats. Also, while I'm on a break from the game, I need to go buy more Pokeballs. Okay, I caught a pie dove earlier and it apparently knows dragon breath.
It's the Furnace Dragon's cousin.
Oh, lovely.
So you better treat it right, or the Furnace Dragon will eat you.
I just sold it.
I guess your Dragon food's him.
Yeah, I can live with that. At least until I can't.
Remember, the end is never the end.
It is now safe to die. Alright, 4 more Pokeballs. There we go. Yeah, be glad you are too, Spirit, because, yeah, I very much want to do that myself. Tiger's been placing troops all night, but I haven't seen much from Tiger tonight, and it's kind of sad. Ow! Alright, everybody, go place your troops. Vish.
Good morning, Cutter. It's time to begin your workday.
New message received. New hab poster available. Customize your living space to boost your mood and increase productivity.
Please tell me I heard right, Rook. Weaver gave you his old armadillo? Oh, man! That's so lucky. I used to help my old man fix up beaters like that. I hear Weavers might not be in the best shape. Listen, I've got something that'll help get it ready to ride the rails. I'm transferring diagnostic programs to your terminal. Go ahead and boot it up.
What are you laughing at? What message? Okay, seriously, what are you guys laughing at? Ship Doctor, unverified application.
Getting data now. Amazing. Oh, old girl was used for construction at some point. Whoa. Could maybe even be kitted out for salvage running one day. This program will identify what parts you need to fix her up. Don't pay too much attention to Shippy. That thing talks way too much. You can probably find everything you need just kicking around while salvaging. Bits and pieces that Lynx doesn't care much about. Oh, you could also rip parts out of other ship components. It'd ruin the salvage value, of course. Maybe don't tell Weaver if you're gonna do that. Can't wait to see what you do with this beauty. Good luck, Brooke.
Oh, so all those things we keep seeing, I can actually put into this. Cool. Neat. Hey there, Caltree. And yes, the game's gone through a lot of overhauls. It's really fun. Issue 16, Member Profile Lou Stenner. We continue our series of profiling members of the Salvage Workers Unite group in issue 16. This time we chatted with Lou Stenner from Carnegie Station above Earth to talk about her motivations to fight for workers' rights. Parker, Lou, tell us about your first exposure to the issues of the workers' rights growing up. I grew up amid the squalor of the Eris platforms around Mars, and the knowledge of whose backs built our livelihoods there, as well as on Mars itself, were always prominent topics in my community. I've always been surrounded by people doing good, honest work, and I have also seen them get mistreated for it all of their lives. The people who do all the hard work in service of human progress deserve better than just fancy words and scraps. Why do you think a workers' union is so important? I believe that we deserve a seat at the table. I believe we deserve a hand in deciding how our everyday work is managed. Our lives, our futures, our well-being are heavily intertwined with the work we do. You know, it's dangerous to be a shipbreaker. We should be a voice in those crucial conversations, and I don't believe that others in power should speak for us. Our whole lives are decided and influenced by people who have never spent a day in our suits. It's time for us to realize that we're all we got, but we're also all we need. Lou's voice is just one among us, but she speaks on behalf of every shipbreaker who believes things could be better. Solidarity is strength. Salvage workers unite. I can't even delete these. So after you get to rank 20, you just stop unlocking new stuff? Huh. Alright, we're gonna repair this. We got plenty of repair kits. Or heat capacity seems like it would be useful. More O2 capacity! Yay! Go ahead and grab this upgrade. Sure, more fuel capacity, why not? I don't think I can afford anything else. Aw, I didn't manage to catch the Geodude. Lame. So yeah, I can finally actually have a use for all those random things I keep seeing floating around. That I was kind of specifically being like, I wish there were a use for them. There's a cut point.
Here's to new beginnings.
Rick Ashe, thank you very much for that follow and welcome. How are ya? Yeah, I think my first time taking part of one of these ships, I had actually wound up trying to cut the outer portion because I didn't know that I could come in here and cut it out from inside, just to be able to get it into the furnace and processor and such. Or maybe that was the only thing at that time. Could be the case. Oh, well, thank you, Rick. I appreciate the support. Yes, Sirio, I have a new little mini game you guys can participate in. You'll see the extension down in the description below the channel. It is different from the stream avatars, but it's an interesting little mini game all the same. Pretty well tearing apart a lot of this ship right now. I think I'm gonna take a moment to send it off to the processors and whatnot. There we go.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Well, I mean, it's an optional thing. If you want to play around with it, go for it. It's not like I'm forcing you. I just saw it and was like, ooh, this is interesting. I think it could be fun. And decided to add it, at least for a little while, and check it out.
Pokemon community games are fun, in my opinion.
There's supposed to be some kind of battle mechanic to it as well. That seems intriguing.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Okay, I think I'm gonna have to pull this part out and send it off. And probably use one of my tethers for getting the little cage there over. Okay.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited. Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
Get going over there. Sorry. Yeah, I wish you could actually pick your starter. I personally got Fennekin, which Fennekin isn't terrible, but the evolved forms, meh. At least to me it is. I know some people really like Delphox. At least I think Delphox is the one.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Delphoxen. Braxen.
That's the one. Yeah.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Oh, that's all one big piece.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Alright, let's see how that works. And that can go ahead and go in there.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
There's a lot of stuff that goes into the processor.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Send that panel off. Send this one. And the airlock can go down to the barge with the ladder and stuff inside.
Salvage
Same
accepted.
with this
Credits
one. My O2 is low.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
But yeah, basically there it'll pop up in the chat saying such and such Pokemon's available, and you can try to catch it. Just make sure you have enough Pokeballs.
Stabilizing.
Spirit is being suspiciously quiet.
Salvage
I'm
deposit
having
confirmed.
to help work figure out how to do their actual job on my day off.
Oh, so that means that your days off get to restart, right?
Salvage secured. Credits
If
deposited.
only. I'm on salary now.
Oh.
Cutter, ship's got about 5 minutes left in her. Let's make them count. Weaver out.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna actually pull off breaking
Valuable
even
object
here.
accepted for processing. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
No other spirit. We're talking about the other spirit. Me.
Oh no, your other spirit.
But what happened to other spirit?
We don't talk about them anymore.
Ah, right. Apologies. I was thinking of other spirit.
Yeah, there you
Salvage
go.
registered. Transferring credits.
So we are now down to the point where I only need to replenish oxygen once per shift, which is great. No more being in the middle of stuff and then suddenly, oh right, oxygen. That's a thing I need. Alright. You get going in there. Now for you, there is stuff on this side I'd like to pull off first.
Valuable deposit. Credits transferred. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
And get this pulled off. And you go in there. And rotate the entire ship as you go.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Not much left in this ship, Cutter. About 1 minute remaining.
Boosh!
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned.
Yay! We got to salvage gold 2 with this ship. Congrats on the Pokemon catch, Serio.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. Salvage secured. Applying credit. Looks like you got a part for the armadillo.
Yes, I did. Unfortunately, it counted as destroying equipment, but hey, I got some parts. And it's still valuable somewhat as scrap. Oh, that was a very good day. We're not even halfway through tearing apart this ship.
Hello, Shipbreaker. Overnight genetic backup complete. Pattern deviation nominal. Have a good day.
As far as I can tell, Serio, simply watching a stream gets you money, as well as you can sell your Pokemon that you catch, and participating in attempting to catch one gets you money. But that's as far as I can tell. I'm still figuring this out myself.
Hey there, I'm Shippy. I'm here to help you get this ship healthy again. Your ship's vitals are improving. Keep it up.
Alright. We're gonna continue salvage on this ship because there is still a lot of value to be had from it. And we've been breaking more than even on, or well past even, every day so far, so I don't mind at all. Taking some more time. I think we're gonna start off with the cutter here. And start cutting these pieces off. Always worried about this split saw causing damage to things I don't want it to. I've just had it do it to me multiple times, and I'm always worried it might do it here. Oof, my cutter ain't doing so well. When I first started playing this, I only used the split saw. And then I realized, oh, things I did not want to be getting cut are getting cut. All of this should be disconnected now. Send that down.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
How much are these pod clamps?
Salvage deposit secured.
71,000 each. I mean, there are a bunch of them, so it's not like I'm...
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
It's a little bit of work to get them all off, but not too bad. Again, I will run Stream Raiders after this shift. Oh crap. Get over there. Oh crap. Get back here, little clam! I think it just got vaporized. Oh wait, nope, there it is. Get in there.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Where the hell did the ship go? Oh yeah, Rick. It's a really fun, relaxing game most of the time. I enjoy it a lot. But yeah, when I first started playing, I was only split saw and realized very quickly that is not the way to play this game. Not at all. Alright. Throw that down there.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
That can go down there. Ooh, wires. Yoink.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I had to teach one of my front desk staff who's been at the hotel 3 times longer than I have how to change the credit card on a reservation.
Oh. Should just fire them.
As much as I'd love to fire the incompetent people, I need warm bodies, and my general manager won't let me do a starting pay above $13 an hour.
That sounds like quitter talk to me.
Yeah, I want to do 15 to 16 an hour. She won't let me do that. Meanwhile, at the same time, she complains that I can't hire people. Well, McDonald's can pay more than us.
Yeah.
And Walmart. And gas stations.
Alright, doesn't look like there's anything of particular value from this, so we'll throw it down there. There are no parts that we need from it, that is.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Kinda sucks that this got relegated to just being scrap.
What did?
Oh, computer console. Because we tore wires out of it. That table goes to the furnace. That's supposed to go to... Okay, there's gotta be a cut point somewhere here to get things in and out of there.
Yeah, Ricochet, it's the same with us. Apparently, we've been having the wage battle for a year now, and I walked into the middle of it.
Yeah.
I'm the third AGM in 7 months at this hotel.
Well, everybody's struggling with money. Everybody's struggling with money because these corporations don't want to take care of their employees.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
And this is probably the first time in a long history where people have been empowered enough to actually put their feet down and fight for them to have a proper living wage and such. I fully support workers trying to fight on this, but I also feel really bad for people that are still working.
This is your 5-minute warning.
And
5 minutes left.
Being treated even worse by the companies because other people aren't working.
Yeah, the people I do have working the desk, I'm still not allowed to give them full time.
Yeah, and that's just wrong.
I've got a lady who works on the front desk who's been there since the hotel opened 2 brands ago.
Oh, jeez.
And she still only gets 3 days a week for cap.
And that is just wrong.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
I hate doing schedule, it's the thing that makes me cry every week.
When people need more hours, but you're not allowed to give them.
Well, yeah, because I end up working the front desk maybe 3 days a week. And I don't mind working the front desk if I'm like the second person up there.
Registered. Transferring credits.
But I'd rather give the hours to someone else.
Yeah. Especially because you are salary. It doesn't matter how much you're, give it to the people that actually, need the hours.
Actually, it does matter. Even though I'm salaried, I still get yelled at for overtime.
What?
I got yelled at for being at my hotel from 10 in the morning until 2 in the morning.
Oh.
Salvage deposited.
And I was told to take an extra day off that week.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Trying to get these goddamn pieces out of here.
Though to be fair, I also got yelled at for clocking in and out on salary because it messes up the time card system.
Really?
Apparently our time card system is so fragile that a manager clocking in and out literally breaks all the reporting.
Salvage secured.
Personally, I just find that hilarious.
Yeah. I have seen companies like that before myself, where literally everything they have is so fragile. You sneeze and it breaks.
Walmart?
You breathe and it breaks.
Walmart.
You exist and it breaks.
Walmart. One of our old CSMs, bless her heart, Wendy, if you're by the slimmest of odds listening to this, one of the bill dispenser cassettes on the old self-checkouts jammed up, and she couldn't get the door to open on the front of it. She hauled off and kicked it so hard that the door dented in, jammed against the cassettes for the money, and they physically had to call NCR out to remove the door because no one could open it after that.
Okay, apparently this is not how I get this all disconnected.
The bill dispenser still didn't work after that.
Well, of course not.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Oh. Okay, we came in over even, so more than what we cost for the day, so
Good morning, Shipbreaker.
Hey there, Rook. Saw that you found an old data drive while you were salvaging. Now, I'm a bit of a tech head and a history nerd, so I love these things. They're uncensored info. Sometimes it's junk, but sometimes it's gold. Either way, it's a more genuine view of the colonies than what you see on the garbage news networks. I'm sending you a data recovery program. You'll see it on your HAB terminal. Soaking in solar radiation mangles up the data pretty bad, but you can usually pull 1 or 2 intact files. Hopefully it'll give you a better sense of the wider world. Warts and all. Have fun. Later, Rook.
all right. So we have some extra wires. Recovery and process.
Phonotext reading, The Stellar Commission, Part 1.
The Stellar Commission, governing body for most of humanity, a barometer for stellar conflict and a platform for pan-solar collaboration. Let's look at the organization, its wins and losses over the years, and how it has been tested by many logistical and social issues. Since 2275, when it was formed to address the need for a unified method of governing the many disparate colonies of humankind, the Stellar Commission has routinely come up against one of the ugliest forces in the whole solar system, the sheer, unmitigated joy of corporations exploiting humans as they see fit. Centuries of nearly zero regulation amid the colonies has emboldened and empowered these corporations to the point that they've come to wield immense power over civilization. You'd think that with the formation of the Commission, whose members hail from all corners of the solar system, those companies would have found their true match. But frankly, the actions of the Commission have been largely wanting. The long procession of chairfolk, all the way back to the first of their line, Chairperson Rao, despite their best efforts, have seen themselves outperformed practically every step of the way. The sad reality is that the Commission has largely struggled to find methods to govern the many vast pockets of humanity, scattered tens of thousands of kilometers apart from one another. We the peoples of the Stellar Commission band together in determination to save future generations of the horrors and historical missteps of our dying home planet, which has brought untold sorrows to humankind. Or so the mission statement goes.
Interesting. Cool. Some lore. We'll just start our shift. Duke, 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 Duke. Those tethers are still hard at work.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Oh, the antenna didn't actually make it in at before the end of the last shift. Oops. Pachoo!
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Oh, here's a fuse. $11,000 credits for this being destroyed. Oof.
Raw material deposited.
Displaying how many credits were charged while being destroyed feed. 28,379.28 credits.
You're still on that?
For being a good kobold and feeding the furnace dragon. +1 credit.
Yay!
Excessive yaying. -0.5 credits.
Boo!
Please provide the context of the boo.
No. I know how you're gonna work. You'll take what I say and use it against me.
Depends on the context.
Oh, that's glass. Cool. I hate how reactors mess up my UI and stuff when I get close to them. Like, believe me, I am already well aware how dangerous this freaking thing is. I've had them blow up on me before.
Warning. Fuel levels are low.
Yeah, I'll worry about those when I actually need to get to or go for oxygen.
Valuable object processed. Credit awarded. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
load. Boosh. Ooh, a bottle. Feed. Feed the dragon.
Object processed. Transferring credits. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Ah. Get in there.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
And cut this. What? That's still attached to something? Oh, over there. I guess I never did actually finish cutting everything. Try and catch another Pokemon. Gotta catch 'em all, Pokemon. Boom.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
You know, that big computer terminal is not going to be easy to get out of there. At all.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Okay, push this out as gently as I can. Go turn that in. Go turn that in.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Battery packs.
Warning. Oxygen reserves are low.
Oh God. Ow.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credit.
Oof. That didn't go over well.
Oxygen reserves are critical. Affordable oxygen supplies are available for purchase at the Master Jack.
Yeah. Affordable.
Fuel levels.
Right. Yeah, I kind of got zapped there. Really bad.
Cutter, you're looking at roughly 5 minutes left in this shift. Keep on at it. Weaver out.
Okay. I will keep on at it. Absolutely. You should no longer be attached. Yeah. So now to just rotate the entire ship to get that piece over there. There's a few pieces inside of there, but they all go to the furnace, so... Now don't you get grabbed by the processor. Only for the furnace dragon. You, on the other hand, are food for the processor. There we go. So I'm getting that part into the processor. That part's making its way into the furnace. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. I don't think I can move that at all. Let's get this over to the processor.
Processing valuable deposit.
Why is that not moving?
Credits transferred.
It's not still attached to anything. Okay. Tethers! You don't want to cooperate? I'll take it the other way.
Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded.
Why is it going that way? You better go where I want you to. Okay. Looks like we're good. At least for the moment. Oh, that just freaked the hell out there.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Oh, you mean like, rip apart a computer and set it all electrified in there?
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
Choo. Oh, I damaged it beyond repair. Oh. Well, we got lots of money. And there's still $4 million left. Oh, but we destroyed a lot, too. Oof, I hope we'll still be able to get that 5 star, or that, you know, salvage level 5 there.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Lynx would like to share the following message. The only P's permitted in the salvage yard are profit, processor, and potassium trifluoromethane sulfonate.
Alright. Oh, wait, no. Terminal. Oh, right, we only got wires. Meh. I need circuits. I know I've come across circuits before. Yeah, we'll repair our laser cutter. I mean, the range on this, in my opinion, is already pretty dang good. But we are going to increase the strength. And I know what I'm going for next. More tethers. I like my tethers. Tethers are fun. I also gotta say, I love the variety that you get with this game. Because you never wind up with the same ship twice. There's lots of variety across the board on all sorts of different parts. Fine. I will throw that in there.
Materials accepted.
How much even are those battery packs? I have no idea. Ow!
Please limit convulsion to avoid damage to sensitive Lynx equipment.
Sure, I'll do my best to limit convulsions. God. Well, we got one storage bin that's still good. Out of all of that in there. There. Get in there. What else do we have that's still good in here? If anything at this point. Ah! A light bulb! That is now scrap. That's, oh, we got a chair.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
So yeah, note to self. Do not attempt to grab parts out of anything that is still connected to something. Ooh, a Vulpix. I am going to use a great ball. Scrap. I don't see anything else in here that doesn't go into the furnace. Oh, really? You're all gonna go for the Vulpix. Actually, I think we can all actually catch it. Okay. Doesn't look like there's anything on there. So you just get into the processor. There we go. And this whole hunk of crap can go right into the furnace dragon.
Processing object.
Good kobold.
Oh, apparently there was aluminum that made it in there with that.
Bad kobold.
There's a lot of stuff here, okay?
Ooh, I got a Vulpix.
Did you?
Yeah.
It says only Sirio and I caught it.
Oh, I'm in 2 streams right now. I have to mod for one of my friends.
Oh, you're cheating on me, in other words.
I didn't know we were in a relationship.
What the hell do you call a friendship?
A friendship. But you salvaged it and fed it to the furnace dragon.
I did no such thing.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Salvage.
Eat up, furnace dragon.
Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
Thruster class 2, get in there. I think that the rest of all this goes in the processor. I could cut it up some more, or I can just throw this whole thing into the processor. I do have the time. Oh wait, there are some lights. Throw that there, throw that there. More tethers! No. Stay away from the furnace.
Go into the furnace.
I really need those LT, so please don't.
Cutter, you're out of tethers. Get yourself over to the kiosk
Feed
to buy
the
some more.
dragon. Feed the dragon. Feed the dragon.
Nope. No risk of the furnace dragon stealing this anymore.
It just gets spit back out and into the furnace dragon.
Boosh.
Processor does it out of spite.
Valuable object accepted for processing. All salvage goals achieved. Rewards maximized.
Always finding your mark. Complete all salvage goals on a Javelin-class ship. Yay!
Warning. Oxygen reserves low. Links recommends regular gentle exercise to increase blood oxygen
What is that?
levels.
I don't know. Almost missed some scrap. Not that the scrap was worth much, but we are finished with this ship.
It was worth half a credit.
Critical oxygen levels.
230 credits, but basically. Remaining 0.1%, 20,000 credits? What? I guess there was something I missed. Oh well. Not enough to bother with another day to do. How much are those battery packs? Oh, those battery packs are very valuable. Alright. Rank 9.
License level increased.
Hello, Shipbreaker. You have 1 incoming transmission waiting.
Hey, newbie. Hey. Just having a couple cold ones and thought I'd ask you something. You ever heard of karaoke? Karaoke? No? It's singing without words. Well, the original words. Anyway, it's a big thing back home. My daughter wants to be a singer one day. She's good, too. Believe it or not, I can belt out a tune. Hey, You think Lou can rig something up so's we can do karaoke over comms? Clever ideas, that kid. Well, anyways, I'm gonna get some shut-eye. Gotta do it all over again tomorrow. Am I right? Good night, kiddo.
She is precious.
Hello, Shipbreaker. This is your morning wake-up call.
Listen up, folks. Let me introduce you to Hal Rhodes.
No need for introductions, Weaver. I know who you all are. Let's just get right into it. I know you don't love a middle manager like me coming in, making life hard. Yeah, I get it. See, I'm from people like you. Used to work the links yards around Ceres. Not shipbreaking, of course. Processing, which honestly is just as tough. Real back-breaking work.
Yep, we know processing can be just
Look,
as tough.
this is real simple. I hit my goals, and I'm out of your hair. But we all gotta pull the rope in the same direction. Get it? Cooperation. Cooperation. You scratch my back, and we'll all be done here in no time. Capisci? Okay then, I'm taking the day to settle in, and we'll see you all tomorrow, bright and early. Okay?
Okay then.
This guy thinks he knows what back-breaking work is.
I'm telling ya. 1 week, tops.
Guy's gonna cooperate with the business end of my grapple.
Okay now. Remember, be on your best behavior. See y'all in the yard.
Yeah, we'll run Stream Raiders soon, Serio. New ship class, Javelin Heavy Cargo, small. While sturdy enough for gate travel, this model is primarily used to ferry cargo between stations. Uses industrial-grade cargo containers, which cannot be penetrated by scanners, and are cut-resistant, and are extremely heavy. Improved grapple strength is recommended to salvage them. A very well-performing model with a robust second-hand market, it seems to be popular for certain illicit activities, for which I remind everyone, we cannot be held accountable. All right. The Railgate Project, 2230 to 2267. After solidifying Lynx as a corporate powerhouse and boon of innovation, Exeter Paulson continued his quest for fast, easy mass transit between the planets. After years of searching, he discovered engineer and astrophysicist Dr. Doris Singh, who was then working as a professor and researcher in the physics department of International Arctic University. Dr. Singh had published a paper a few years prior, which described a model for rapid transit through a series of gates. Criticized as too grand and impractical, her proposal had languished. Exeter hired Dr. Singh and her research team, giving them essentially unlimited resources. Under his wisdom and guidance, Dr. Singh's team completed the first railgate prototype connecting Earth and Mars in 2248. Human trials of the railgate began in 2252, showing early signs of success. However, only a year later, disaster struck. Due to human error and negligence on the part of its chief supervisor, the Phobos-based section of the gate prototype experienced a catastrophic collapse. The resultant blast affected dozens of colonies on and around the moon, with a final death toll of around 15,000 colonists and Lynx employees. While a challenging event, Exeter Paulson understood that real progress sometimes comes at the cost of human sacrifice, and that progress shouldn't be stopped because of the criminal failings of a single individual. Pushing through the so-called Phobos incident, he helped Dr. Singh and her team rebuild the Mars Gate and continue human trials. Exeter had an unwavering commitment to progress and pursuit of his vision. Retiring in 2255, his legacy was passed to his daughter Demeter Paulson. With her leadership in 2267, the Earth and Mars gates were opened and the first round trip from Earth to Mars was completed. Exeter Paulson, father of the modern solar civilization, had died 5 years prior, never getting the opportunity to see the first travelers use his gates. Take a moment. Do you enjoy your life today? Do you see the hope on Mars or on Jupiter? Do you want to forget about the burning and aridification of Earth and focus on the future? Thank Exeter Paulson for his vision and for your chance at a happy life. Ow! Why?
A wild Zim appeared. It got away.
Alright, let's go ahead and get Stream Raiders run. You all taking my clothes and crap. Start the battle. Do 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 do. I'm not sure we're gonna win this battle. Definitely not really looking likely. And again, maybe? And then our front line collapses. Yeah, we lost.
Hooray!
What do you mean, hooray?
We lost. We got the giant L off the Super Bowl sign.
Okay, then. Alright, everyone. Unfortunately, this is where I am going to have to call it here for the evening. Thank you all so much for your support, though, today and hanging out with me and stuff. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more there on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing the stream around. But for now, thank you all so much again for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu. I'll see you guys tomorrow.